Indeed, yeah. So, welcome,
I
everyone.
can't hear the Doug if he's really talking.
I am talking. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear him fine.
I'm fine with him. Maybe turn up his volume in Discord.
Oh boy. So, once again, welcome to D&D, or rather, Conquerors of Nolyn, everyone. Everyone in Team Red, to be more specific. So, last time around, it was quite something, wasn't it? You were in the city of Wild Haven still, as you had been for the previous whatever, how many days?
Week, I think.
Maybe even week. That's a lot of days. So what happened last time around was that the five of you came to Wild Haven, met under apparently chance when Captain Crimson wanted you to help him with a little bit of endeavor and was willing to pay too handsomely for too simple a job, which turned out to not be so simple due to situations beyond anyone's controls. And the five of you were the only able ones nearby to help sort the situation out. So you did, helped Captain Crimson and his whole village of goblinoids, and then within the week you went back aboard the Flaming Dragon, the Captain Crimson's ship, and started sailing north towards Redemption, which was your destination all along. However, along the way, one of the many goblins that they brought upon the ship seemed to not be a benign goblin after all, and it was indeed a fiendish creature, a Barghest, that seemed to want to strike down Captain Crimson. And the five of you, through thick and thin, managed to save him and defeat this foul entity. And also get a lot of experience in the meanwhile and level up.
Yay.
So, you made your way to Redemption. You arrived in the city. And in the city of Redemption, you went to the Godslayers Adventurers Guild. In it, you were welcomed by a somewhat friendly badger who guided you towards the boss office, quote unquote. And upon getting there, you met Anthony, a tiger folk who seems to be the leader of the Godslayers Hunters Guild, which started out as a Hunters Guild and now is more of an Adventurers Guild, but still, they're hiring and you're looking for jobs, so it all works out in the end. And that is where we left off. So, Red Thing, for lack of a more concise name yet, you have been in here, not only in the guild, but in the City of Redemption for about a week now. The guild has recruited you, gave you a little bit of a introductory talk on what they do and what the guild business is after all. And you got some notions, some sense of what the guild really is about. But mostly curious is the fact that they hired you because your previous encounter with fiends, and it would seem like the guild is hunting for fiends or fiendish things, and they are not entirely giving you the details. Mostly some because they don't know yet, others because you're not high ranking enough to deal with said details, and they fear that you might try and prove yourself by doing heroics, going after these things and dying, and that would not be good. So they are withholding information from you for now. but they are still giving you plenty of information. And not only that, but they are giving you many contacts within the city. The Adventurers Guild, while they themselves do not sell goods and equipment, they have a lot of partners in the city with whom they do business, and they are willing to talk to those partners and offer very good discounts for you all, along with the discounts you would have already gotten from Captain Crimson's recommendation letter. So, during this week you have been in the city. Is there anything you guys would like to try and pursue?
Party members that need flasks or vials for their stuff should buy them.
I feel judged.
I think I made a couple healing potions, but I already used the one to bring back Ojuk, so...
I still have one potion.
Yeah, we'll be fine with one. I can't really afford to make more anyway.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're slightly broke. Well, I probably would have ended up encountering Bad's character during the week. Because I think he's here now.
Yes.
So we probably have a chat and
All right.
look for his missing cat.
Indeed, during this week, while most of you might not have anything major or big you want to do, specifically, you don't necessarily stand still. I imagine that to some degree you do work or try to earn some sort of wage, because you will be needing to pay for your stay, mostly. The guild does provide quarters for all of you guys, but it's not very private and not super comfortable, but it's free and kind of frees your pockets up a little bit for you to seek some sort of work or other things. So, I would like all of you guys who wish to spend the week, who don't have plans for the week, which is everyone except you, Zach, thus far, to go ahead and make a... Well, you're gonna be working, so I would like you to describe what sort of work you're doing or how you're trying to find a wage. So, Holzer, what sort of work would that be?
Oh, I'm definitely spending my time around the docks, seeing if they need help for carrying weight.
Okay. Make an athletics check.
Okay.
Well then.
So, for the most part, you have a very easy time carrying around boxes and such, and people are very taken back by how well you perform. In fact, you are done with your work way faster than most people would have been normally, and you end up getting a lot of free time after that. During this free time, not only do people come with you asking you to go to other sides of the docks to get to do overtime, so to speak, since you have the free time anyway, but you also hear a lot of rumors. But before that happens, you get 14, you get 39 gold pieces.
Oh, wow.
Yep. In this
Sweet
week,
Lord in heaven.
yeah, in this week that you have been just enjoying downtime, you get 39 gold pieces. So write that down.
Okay.
Then you also hear rumors, Halser. In your time here, you hear that there is apparently some sort of enchanted forest nearby. Something everyone calls the Verdant Perdition. Which seems to be some sort of like don't go here at all sort of woods. Where people say that the woods will try to confuse you and get you lost, among other sort of possibly bad things. But they also say that the woods itself is alive, and it kind of catches your attention. This talk of enchanted woods and such, and you think to yourself that maybe that is worth investigating whenever you can.
Oh, that's interesting. I mean, I came from a place that was enchanted.
So you take note of that, and through the end of the week you get a little bit more details on more or less where these enchanted woods are, the Verdant Perdition. It's a few hours to the east of Redemption. If you were to walk over there, that is. And you're...
Interesting. I could try to tell the rest of the party if they're interested to check it out.
Sure. But before we get to that, Nitria, how are you spending your week? What sort of work are you doing?
Honestly, even with all this time, I'm having a hard time coming up with what she would do. But the closest thing I could think of that she could really do is guard duty. Either guard duty or like magic consultation type things, if that is anything anyone remotely needed around here.
Okay, so you do find some people that apparently are seeking to go back and forth to some places around, nowhere too far particularly, so you're always within reach of the city. But some people seem to not dig the idea of going kind of out of the walls by themselves, and they do ask guard duty. So I would say you can make oh boy,
I don't know.
I suppose an intimidation check, and you can use either charisma or strength for this.
I mean, okay, we'll say whatever I roll has a +1 for strength.
Sure. Yeah, I don't suppose you're...
Hell yeah! That is a solid 10.
Alright. I don't suppose you're proficient with intimidation.
No, the only thing I'm proficient with acrobatics, arcana, history, perception, and persuasion.
Alright. So you make 7 gold pieces in the end of the week.
Raking it in.
And not only that, but at some point during the week, you get a missive, a letter from your order. Or not necessarily a letter itself, but a messenger who seems to be of an arcane inclination, seems to have received a message, is relaying it to you, because it's a very lengthy message to go through several sending spells to get it to you, so they use an intermediary to do that. So the message is kinda lengthy and has sort of an authoritative feel to it. They do tell you to be they have heard of your exploits with fiendish creatures, and they tell you to, and they warn you to look alive and look around for people who are dabbling in such magics, because whatever they are fiends, there are people willing to make pacts with those fiends, and exchange their souls or whatever else for powers, and magic that is easily gained oftenly is not respected as it should be, nor is it feared, and that is the most dangerous sort of magic. And your order warns you to not only be careful about that, but also look for arcanists who may be employing that, who may have gotten their magic by fiendish pacts, and they tell you to look around.
Fighting warlocks? Hell yeah.
And not only that, but in your helping people come and go in your job as a bodyguard, I suppose, you do hear tale of people that seems to be vanishing within the city. Hence why they are hiring you. And whenever you ask about who are these people that vanish, nobody seems to have an inkling of clue. They seem to be people nobody really seems to pay much attention or care about, but someone did notice that at some point they went missing. And you imagine that that might be a nice, interesting point to look for that.
Okay.
Because
Noted.
something in your mind kind of clicks there for a moment that missing people could mean
Sacrifices.
exactly. So, Ojuk, how are you spending your week?
I would probably try to find an herbalist or a healer and see what I could do for work for them, either collecting herbs or making potions.
Okay, make a nature check or an herbalism kit tools check. Whichever one you prefer. By the way, Nitria, you keep those things in mind, and you ponder about mentioning this to the group eventually, and maybe seeking those things out with them, with their help.
Okay.
Ojuk, by finding some herbs and plants in the surrounding areas and bringing them to people in the city who seems to be seeking those plants and helping them along in their processes, you do get 14 gold pieces. Is it 14? Yes, it is 14. Cobalt, mute your microphone. Yeah, you get 14 gold pieces for this week of work.
Jeez, I should have picked up more pockets.
Well, at least it's an honest wage. On top of that, you also hear tales as you talk to these herbalists, asking, innocent questions at first of who seem to be looking for their work, people who suddenly appeared injured here and there, and you do hear that there have been scraggly people coming by, exiles, which immediately piques your interest, who seem to be down on their luck, without much to their name, and no friends, no connections, nowhere to go really, and they seem to be trying to do odd jobs here and there to stay afloat, and they seem to have gone missing as well.
My question would be, what race were they?
All sorts of races. You hear human exiles that seem to have vanished, half elves, dwarves, some one and another dragonborn as well, some tieflings.
All right, I'll be sure to make note of this to the party.
And as you start talking to them, you do notice that pretty much all the missing people were exiles.
Mm-hmm.
That came that came to redemption by ship. None of them arrived by land. So you make notes of that and maybe intend on talking to your party about those rumors you heard. So Reverov, how are you spending your week?
I guess I will try to find work as a scribe. I mean, 30 plus years of near constant practice should make me somewhat good at that.
Mm-hmm. So, boy, what kind of check do I even ask for? I guess you can make an Arcana check, a Calligrapher supply check if you have that proficiency. Maybe also a History.
I should have it, but I don't.
Or a History check.
Let's see. Arcana's better, so Arcana. Oof.
So what is that? That's you get oh boy, how much is that? You get 2 silver pieces per day, so you get 14 silver pieces at the end of the week.
Okay.
Which is 1 gold and 4 silver pieces. You try your best to find work as a scribe, but you find that there isn't much to scribe around in here. And it takes you quite the time until you really find people who are really looking to transcribe things. Most of which is very dull and very boring. In the mage's quarters, in the southeastern gate of the city, there are many mages looking for people willing to transcribe scrolls and other such things. But it's very dull, and you end up getting distracted easily. During one of those days that you're sort of just daydreaming as you idly scribe things, you end up dozing off a little bit. And as you doze off, you hear that same somewhat cackling voice that you have heard before a few times here and there. Oh, Rev. It has been a while, hasn't it? I see you have need of more power in these endeavors you're looking for. And as always, I've come to collect. So roll a d6 for me. Alright.
Okay.
So I'll send you stuff over on the lovely Discord. So, Reverov.
Yep.
That happens. And before you this voice seems to lean in closer to you and says, well, keep on learning, keep on growing. I'll lend you more of my power in time, so long as you have more to collect. In fact, I have something I want. Something very delicious. That would be so good to have. There is a man in this town, a half-elf. His name is Finnegan. He has something I want. Instead of taking this something from you, I could take it from him instead and still give you powers. Go on now. Wake up, Rev. You have a long day ahead of you. And then you wake up, Revrov, in a daze, in mid-dream. You look around, cold sweat all over you. And you seem to notice an odd gap in your knowledge. You quickly run over, open your diary, as you are used to doing ever since ever, and you read the most recent entries. And there they all are, except for one. Which you feel like it's odd. There's a space there between the things you have written, but that space is blank. You feel like you have written stuff there. You are almost certain that you have written stuff there, but it's blank and you can't fathom why. The remainder of the week is plagued with nightmares as you try to remember more, but you forget all of it. So, as you hold your diary in your hands, you feel a weird shine and glow to it, which you didn't have before, and that much you remember. You look at your diary. It feels familiar. It is the diary you have had forever, but it feels like there's something new, something different about it. A power that it didn't have before. So that's the thing you get from your class, and also the thing you lose from, you know, plot.
Yep.
So Zach, you spent a portion of your week looking for Neo. To great deal, you have found Neo. The two of you have conversed and discussed things and enjoyed some time together through your own endeavors. But you are a busy boy and Neo is a busy boy, so I don't imagine that you spent the entirety of your week just hanging out with him. I imagine that you still did some sort of work here and there.
Yeah, that would be a bit overkill, I think.
Yeah, so what work did you do?
Well, I imagine Zach would probably attempt a mixture of things if he could find one or the other. I mean, for one thing, he'd probably try and find libraries, but that's less work and more free time stuff. Otherwise, I guess he'd try to either find work at an alchemy place or some place where he can be an unnaturally powerful kobold, and that's somehow useful.
So you do find that there seems to be a circus around. Not a circus per se, but there seems to be a powerful lord, satire, I don't know, who seems Lord Muzumed Ajay, who seems to like just, you know, throwing little celebrations here and there and doing all sorts of little things and entertaining people. And you can, if you would like, make a performance check to try and work as an attraction in Mr. Ajay Muzumedz's little show, festival, so to speak, or you can go ahead and make an alchemy to check. However, because you didn't... never mind. Just go ahead and make one of those checks.
I don't think Zach quite enjoys the notion of being someone's plaything. I don't know what the best word is, so he probably go more for the alchemy route.
So, make an alchemy check.
I have done so. I rolled a 15.
Okay, sorry, I didn't see it. So, you earn 14 gold pieces for your work this week. Also, you sought work in the Mage's Quarter, to the corner of the city. You know, trying to dabble in making potions, little chemical components here and there. All sorts of good things. Some experimental things here and there as well. Which has netted you some good pay. And on top of that, you also heard rumors, delicious rumors, in this week you have been there, working in the Mage's Quarters. You have heard that there has been another person who came to Redemption with a goal similar to yours, eerily similar to yours. And this person has been making some sort of headway. And when you try to inquire into this, at first you were flabbergasted. How is it possible that someone is further ahead than me, who have spent so much time working on this? And then you learn that this person seems to be mostly doing this by sheer work. Pretty much all sorts of exercises here and there, and all sorts of physical things that you imagine that, hey, if you really wanted it, you could do those things, but there has to be an easier way, a better way. It's not possible that all these years that you have spent learning about alchemy won't help you at all in the search for your goal. And you decide to dig a little bit deeper into these rumors. Fortunately, you do learn some things. This headway, this progress that this person is making isn't fully natural. They have been undergoing certain rituals, so to speak. You learn a little bit of the ins and outs of these rituals, and how you, as well, could use those rituals. The only thing you lack now is the material components, which are fairly hard to acquire. But luckily, you have heard of a mage, a tower in this town that has those material components. You go over to inquire, and you find out that they're extremely expensive. You're not about to pay 20,000 gold pieces for this material component. That is just too much money. And you can't wait another day. You need to have this. Even if you decide to go through alternative means to attain it. You start to make a little bit of research, possibly sketching out plans in your mind on ways to attain this, or ways of attaining to 20,000 gold pieces. You know, whichever is easiest. And then you remember that your party might be able to help you in this endeavor, in acquiring this component that you need this large amount of dragon blood. So, at the end of the week, when all of you guys are more or less done working, rumor mongering, you kind of meet between yourselves in a tavern that I certainly wrote down the name of in here somewhere. But you meet there to discuss among yourselves what you guys want to do. So, red team, what is the plan?
Drink.
Drink a lot. Our drunken states will roll the quest motto.
I mean, that is valid if you would like.
Yay, crazy night of alcohol.
Lose all the money that we earned this week.
Hell yeah.
That is also a possibility.
I love how Helser has earned more money this week than I have in total in my inventory.
I shall be known as the box mover.
And Nitrio will be known as fucking useless.
Who knew that simple labor was so lucrative?
True, I may join him if he offers.
Yeah.
So, what do we want to pursue?
So while I explain to the team about the verdant forest I was talked about, it seems interesting, though it seems that a spirit lives in that forest. It's close to the city, but it could be a bit dangerous, but interesting.
There's been missing exiles.
Yeah, I think in character, the most high stakes one is people going missing. Because the longer we wait on that, the more people go missing.
And the less people can be found of said missing people.
They might be found, it's just questioning how much will be left of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd agree. I don't like cities, but this seems more urgent.
Doug, based on my conversation with Neo and his shenanigans, is this the... Would I guess that the Forest of Perdition, whatever, is the anti-magic, not anti-magic, wild magic forest?
Yes, incidentally,
Other team
Neo...
went through.
Yeah, Neo would have known by now that the Verdant Perdition, or as he has told you, more so like passingly, he mentioned the Verdant Perdition is a weird forest where magic seems to be a little bit wonky.
I mean, that's what I was saying here for.
So what,
So
going to fix the entire forest?
whatever blocks magic could still be interesting for a magic user. Maybe there is some arcane knowledge into that.
Could be interesting.
But still,
Wonder-
I'd say it's less important that, helping people that's actually disappearing right now.
Yeah, I think that's probably the most high stakes right now.
Yeah, the forest isn't going anywhere unless it's treants, in which case that's a different issue. So yeah, I guess scraggly people and other variants of missing is probably a good thing to check up on.
Should we ask at the
I think you just stuttered out.
something?
Yeah, you're breaking a bit. Well, I wonder if we could ask the guild if they have new information about those disappearances.
I mean,
I imagine
It's
if
definitely-
anyone had information,
and they like our fiend shenanigans, and if fiends is involved in some of the disappearances, then they may want to point us in that direction anyway.
So, what is the plan, party?
Let's go check at the guild and see what they know about these rumors.
Alright. So, I would like one of you to make an investigation check with advantage.
Who? Everyone? One
Yeah,
person?
sure. Sure, yeah. Actually, everyone make an investigation check normally, just a straight roll.
okay.
Poor Ojuk.
Oh no.
He's like,
He
I
goes
got
missing.
this.
Ojuk becomes one
Oddly
of the
fitting. I
disappearances.
must be distracted by something or someone.
He saw another minotaur.
Gosh.
Maybe.
That is a very short loincloth you got there.
Oh no.
Is that equipment legal?
It's a frequent issue for Zach, considering his relative height to minotaurs.
Yeah.
It's very distracting.
I got hit in the face with a nut.
Rev, are you doing an investigation check as well?
If I was actually there with them, then yes.
Sure, you were.
You weren't not
Give
with
me a
us.
Quick second investigation. Boop.
Yeah, we're definitely keeping an eye on you.
you don't even know there's anything wrong with him. He, as best as you can tell, all of you, when you look at Ravroff, he seems his normal self, or at least as normal as you have known him to be, with baggy eyes, almost as if he hasn't slept much, or at all. And that's it. There's nothing else about him.
Big mood.
In fact, Juk, make an insight check. Alright. It seems like Ravrov has been sleeping kind of meh. Probably worse than usual, but you imagine that maybe he's not used to staying in one place for too long, and now that you are in the city, and with no prospect of going anywhere else anytime soon, maybe he's just not, in his quote-unquote favorite terrain. But anyway. So, party, as you go over to the guild and investigate, and by investigate I mean ask around, you find out that there's they seem to know a thing or two or three or 10 about missing people in this town. When you ask them to be a little bit more specific about the things that they know, they say that there is a man in the docks that seems to most particularly handle exiles that seem to arrive in town. They give you a name even. They say that it's Tijakwi. It's actually not a man, it's a woman. But anyway, Tijakwi. She seems to be a porter in the docks, and she seems to know quite a lot of people's comings and goings. And maybe she would know a thing or two about exiles going vanishing.
Okay. Huh. We could ask since when these disappearances started.
Alright, so when you start inquiring a little bit more about Tijakwi and what sort of things she might know and anything else, the people at the guild seems like very shut in. They don't seem willing to discuss much about Tijakwi. However, you, Zach, and Halser, somehow, you manage to get people to loosen their tongues a little bit as you... Maybe it's your intimidating posture or your very punctual questioning techniques. That's most...
And the fact that I'm standing on the desk in front of them because I can't be on eye level.
That too. People seem to kind of just shy away and point you over to the Badger that first received you in the guild. The Badger, who notices you all approaching, and then you ask your questions. By the way, the Badger is small. He's about 3.5 feet tall, 4-ish.
Yay.
He just looks up at all of you and says, "Well, Jacques, she's a prickly one. That one. She's not very friendly. That changed. And let it not be said that I sent you to your deaths, but she might try and shank you if you try going to ask questions to her without any sort of compensation."
Well, I can afford some compensation.
I have a fair amount of gold.
So, I hope that helps, and just to be honest, it wouldn't be very good for the city as a whole if any sort of combat were to ensue in the docks, but if Tijakwi were to, go elsewhere, take a dip, a vacation, just not be around anymore, I believe that the city would profit a lot from that. But anyway, you didn't hear that from me.
Fine, but we'll try to solve this peacefully.
Well, good luck to you and yours. And I'll be seeing you later. Have a good one. Bye.
Wow. I do believe that is the least subtle way someone has asked me to kill someone before.
He really, I kind of got the impression that they want her gone.
Yeah, but we didn't subscribe to become hitmen.
Well,
Didn't?
I mean, they're a guild, and we're probably gonna have to kill lots of people because of the guild.
We have to kill at least one god, apparently.
I suppose it's worth asking this badger if there's a price on her head of any kind. Let's just be blunt.
As you ask that, Ujuk, he's just like, there's no price on her head, not per se, but she's been known to cause trouble every once in a while, but she seems to have connections in high places, and deep places, if you know what I mean.
So you fear her influence?
Everyone does. People in the city
Go talk to her.
People in the city don't live long by not knowing who to talk to.
I'm guessing she won't have connections for long if we take her head off.
Yeah, and whoever connections she has will... Whoever her connections are will have a much harder time conducting business in our city if she is indeed helping them and they are helping her. I just don't have any proof. If you can bring us proof, even better, but as it is, she's just, someone you should avoid if possible. Aye. But, once again, you didn't hear that from me or from the guild. You heard that from a bird in the wind.
Okay, sounds good. We're good at finding proof. It's okay.
Yes, we have excellent experience in this.
Oh yeah.
So good, oh my god.
It may involve fucking up and then just making a U-turn, but by God, do we get results.
Nitria with a vial of drow poison in her bag still.
Oh God.
It's she held on to the poison that they used to try and take out the captain.
By the way,
Oh no.
it is worth mentioning also that poison you have, on top of all the effect it has, it also causes 3d6 poison damage or half on a failure.
Okay.
So just add those things on top of that.
I shall do that.
Oof. It's probably also very illegal.
Yes, very.
So don't tell anyone you have it.
Well, her inclination was just to say it, but if it's common knowledge that these poisons are legal, I guess it's a good thing she didn't say it.
I mean, in a general rule, if something is not used to kill pests and is a poison, it's probably illegal.
There's a lot. I mean, bleach in our world isn't illegal.
Yeah, I was gonna say, there's a number of pest poisons out there that are quite effective when properly used for other things.
I'd say most of them.
Yeah, maybe this poison's normally used to kill
yes.
rats.
What sort of infestation do you have? Oh, cranium rats. It's awful.
Alright, so are we heading to the docks or are we heading to the woods?
I'd go for the docks, I guess.
The docks are closer.
Alright, way closer even. So, all of you make your way to the docks then. Apparently that's where one Tijakwe is at. You go over there, spend some time more so just walking around, inquiring, making sure that, making sure that all your sides are covered and that nobody is too exposed, and that you don't look too inconspicuous in case these people are dangerous, as people claim them to be, that you're not gonna be jumped or anything. However, this walk is, while not long, it's lengthy enough that you can have some sort of conversation amongst yourselves if you want to discuss anything.
Okay. When there's a convenient moment, Rev is going to decide which one of the party members he trusts the most and pull Nitria aside.
The fool.
Hmm.
We'll see how this goes. And he's going to gesture up at Ojuk and say, can you remind me of his name? When you get as old as I do, everything kind of blends together.
Nitria?
Oh, shit. God damn it, I have my mic muted. I was like, yeah, I guess you are pretty old. Yeah, that's Oshuk.
Ah, okay. I thought he was a bit hairier. But it's no offense, it's kind of hard to tell you soft humanoids apart.
Yeah, he's quite a bit hairier than me. In, like, every sense. But, now you know.
Yep, thank you. I'll try to remember that from now on.
It's actually funny. It's probably best that he pulled aside Nitria, because she probably has, like, the worst insight of anyone here.
Indeed.
0 questions asked.
So, Nitria.
And then it's for Rev, it's just going back to acting normally.
I would say just because you can make an insight check, Nitria.
I mean, I could.
Yeah, because of your character trait, I would say that you make this with disadvantage.
Disadvantage?
If you want to.
Okay.
You don't have to.
Yeah.
Also.
Well, I didn't want to do it anyway, just because she wouldn't even kind of question him.
Yep. So, yeah. You imagine that
he's just old and he forgets things.
You think to yourself, Nitro, you have seen older people, have studied with a lot of them, and you kind of wonder if you go through the same thing when you're older. And then you also imagine if you will ever get to be old as him in this profession that you are diving into. And you can't help but wonder and think.
She rubs her face and she's like, oh, am I gonna get wrinkles?
And so she
You're
does.
too vain, girl.
You think the song's about you.
She wanna be cute.
So all of you guys reach the docks, and you do see a lot of people that seem to be working around, mostly carrying things, preparing for whenever boats are gonna be ships are gonna be coming in or leaving. No ship seems to have recently come in or left. Most of the porters just seem to be kind of hanging around, just waiting, and everyone is sort of there, minding their own business. And you, retconning a little bit, you got a description of what Dijak looks like. So you recognize her in the crowd of people.
So, do we go straight up and ask her about her illicit dealings, or...
Let's ask her about shipments. We'll start there. We won't
You
mention
got any
shipments.
drugs?
We're really curious about her people ones to start with, I think. We don't want to upset her.
Yeah, it seems okay.
What race is Shockway again?
Come again? Chijakwe? She's a human. Actually, no, she's a half elf. Sorry.
Ah, my people.
So many half elves.
So many. So what are you doing?
I guess we approach and greet her. You know, hello, Honorable Miss Stockmaster. We'd like to discuss shipments with you.
She looks at you and says, "Alright. Okay. What is it to you, mister?"
I would like to say Nitria's looking around to see if she sees anything that sticks out around her section of the dock. Or I guess actually Nitria would insight check her because she has been specifically told that she's a shady motherfucker.
Make an insight check, Nitria.
Oh.
This is actually very useful because not only do you notice that she seems a little interested, it seems you notice that when Ojuk calls her by her wrong title, she seems amused.
He did it on purpose.
And other people around the docks that seem to be working, they seem to work a little bit slower and mostly seem to be paying attention to your endeavors. They're not quite staring, just looking hooligan-like. They just seem to be minding their business, but keeping a very close eye on you lot as you approach. And you notice
this is actually something Nitria would try and handle. She would bow to her and say, "How do we address you, milady?"
You can call me Chijakwe. I'm a porter here. But, as you might well know, porters have nothing to do with shipments except for taking them places.
Well, with all due respect, Ms. Jacques, we've come to the understanding that a little badger wants to stop your shipments.
Oh, who would that be?
Well, he's connected to the Hunters Guild.
Oh man.
There's more than one badger in town?
There might be more. You never really saw others aside from the guild guy who seems to run things and know people.
Did you just death sentence that little badger?
Probably, yeah.
Important question.
Yes.
How attractive is she?
Oh no.
She is. She has this tan skin, almost into a similar skin tone as Ojuk. She has long black hair. She, for a woman that works on the dock, she seems to take extra care of her visual. She is wearing a button-up shirt, but she seems to be wearing a shirt that kinda looks a little bit too tight on her, but tight in a way that accentuates her looks, so to speak. She is very svelte as well. She looks like a worker girl. She's not wearing baggy clothes. She's looking good for someone who's on work shift. You get the sense, Nitria, that she might work not only by carrying things around, but also with her looks.
So she's probably an 8-9 range.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Nitria, she could probably teach you things you don't need to know until your second time out of prison.
Oh my. To be fair, I think those are the sorts of things we want to know about right now.
So, as you say this, Urjuk, she just looks at you and says for a moment, I think I know who the bugger is. Well, I don't know what it is to you, your relationship with him, but he is rude to suggest such a thing, and, well, let's just say that you
Honestly,
have piqued my
my
curiosity.
I find him annoying too, to say the least. But we heard rumors you might have had some people go missing. We're very interesting to find if we can help with that.
Oh, rumors? What do these rumors says aside from people missing? People go missing everywhere, every time.
Well, several people in the city have gone missing. Possibly, some exiles have gone missing too.
She looks at you and just says, well, this is a frontier town. People go missing every time when they go into the woods. A lot of people go and never return. So,
We're thinking of going to the woods. How would we identify any of your people? I mean, we'd be happy to return them to you. I'm assuming you have people that went missing.
well, you see, I don't, because my work is here on the docks and nowhere else. And I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name, Mr.
Ojuk.
Ajuk. Ajuk? Do you have a last name?
Ogessus. My family is Ogessus.
Alright. So, Mr. Ogessus,
No tea, my dear.
tell me a little thing. What do you do for a living? What is your work?
Well, I dabble in herbology, and I've been a wanderer for some time. Misunderstanding between my village and my family.
Well, imagine that someday someone comes to you, says that an acquaintance of yours is bad-mouthing your work for no apparent reason, other than just amusement. Now, Mr. Juk, you don't seem to me like the kind of person who would stoop down to that level. You know who you are and what you do, and therefore you would not worry too much about said rumors and just dismiss them. That is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna pretend this conversation didn't happen. And you can leave. I'm done with you. And she just backs away a little bit, looking at you with her arms crossed, just examining you as she takes a few steps back, just waiting for you guys to turn and leave.
Nitriel step forward and she'll kind of bow her head, and she's not looking her in the eyes when she talks, and she say, we have means to compensate if you need, or perhaps if you are in need of services.
Well, my dear, as it happens, I don't work in whatever business it is that your friend thinks I do. I carry things around. That's all.
I'm referring more to maybe information. I assume that a lot of word gets through here, since you're distributing supplies.
Make a persuasion check, Nitri.
No advantage.
No.
Oh!
Well then.
There's just something. It's hard to say, but the rest of you just notice that suddenly Nitria's demeanor changes completely from this battle-hardened girl that can wield a long sword in battle and cut down foes with amazing ease. She seems to transition into a very friendly girl with a very openliness about the way that she just talks and gestures and approaches other people. For a moment, it's almost inspiring even. And not only all four of you notice this, but Chisaku seems to be taken aback by this, and she just looks at you, Nitria, and says, well, you see, I do happen to know indeed a few things that comes and goes through port, and I could indeed tell you a few things here and there, but what sort of compensation are we talking about?
Well, like I said, we have some gold. Not a lot, to be honest. Probably not really enough to be of huge difference to you, but we are fairly capable of, if you need combatants, a few of us are skilled with magic. Yeah, we're mostly just seeking information just because people are going missing.
Well, tell you what, my dear, let's what do you say to the two of us having a dinner together, and then we can discuss better and more, well, we can better discuss the terms of this payment for my services, of course.
Nitria turns bright ass red. People would definitely notice, and she'd nod and be, of course, milady. It would be my pleasure.
All right, so how about you meet me tonight at the... Let me find the name of the tavern. I just had it, but I lost it. Find me tonight at the Ancient Dragon Tavern, and well, dress your best.
Yes, milady. What was the name of the tavern she said?
Ancient Dragon is the same tavern where you guys met earlier today.
Okay.
To discuss plans. So she just says this to you, kinda in a somewhat hushed tone as she approaches you a little bit, and then she just walks back, shoots a glance at you, Ojuk, and then looks back at you, Nitra, and says, "Oh, and do come alone, yes?"
You'd like them to come with us?
No, I just said do come alone.
Oh, sorry, I misheard that as a player.
Don't worry, Nitria. We'll insist on eating in a different part of the tavern, if not a different tavern.
Nitra is still like really red at this point, and she's just, of course.
Ma'am, thank you for all your time, but before we depart, may I ask, Do you know of anybody in the city named Finnegan?
Finnegan? Huh. Well, I do. I assume you want information on this Finnegan as well?
Just maybe how to contact him.
Well, I'll add this to our negotiations later tonight. She looks at you, Nitria, winks, and then looks back at you, Reverov, and says, "He's an artificer. He hangs around in the in the merchant's quarters. He has a robotic companion that follows him. It's impossible to miss the man."
You said the... Sorry, player-wise, you said the merchant quarters?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Come on, Nitria, we have to go get you dressed up.
Yeah, sure. And
I can give you
Nature,
some
I'll-
tips on that.
Nietzsche will turn and smile back at Tijakwi, and I guess I'll go, and yeah, on the way out, she'll be like, I look forward to dinner.
She almost lazily just raises a hand, just waving her fingers a little bit at your direction, just saying, "Oh, it'll be quite the dinner indeed."
I'll make sure we get something that comes off easily.
Nitria's eyes go wide, and she stops smiling and just hides her face.
Unwrapping's all the fun.
Reverov, you swear you just see Tijakwi just turn her head in a quizzical way, like, what? As you kind of walk away from the docks and back into town, where...
Oh, I was already walking away as I said that, so...
Does this shop carry sweet tart underwear?
So, all of you guys walk away from the docks, I will say. As you do, you find yourselves in one of the main thoroughfares in the city, and a good distance away, you all kind of just huddle together, where you plan your next step.
Nitria, do you have fine clothes?
Yeah.
Good, good.
I have a bit of a they're kind of required for somebody who came from my station. They're just recommended to always be on me.
Well, freshen them
fine.
up. Remember to put something in your hair, and enjoy dinner. Just don't get yourself killed, okay?
Nitra runs her hands through her very, very short hair. She's like, what can I put in my hair?
Let's see if we can find a jeweler's shop or something and get you a clip or something, honestly.
Maybe some extensions, also, depending on how
Let's not
you're...
bother that.
Going for the Star Wars Jedi Padawan look, I see.
Well, this session is definitely turning quite interesting.
Oh,
They're
we're
like-
getting into this now.
Suddenly shopping episode.
You do find yourselves, oddly enough, in the merchant's quarters, where most shops are, and it's a very big portion of the city with lots of shops just all over the place. Just to give you guys a quick layout of the city, this whole central area here, north to south, is the merchant's quarter. These blue towers there are the mage's quarters. The eastern portion is the residential area. The western portion is also residential area, except on the main thoroughfare over here, where the main temple and taverns are.
So Doug, what was Taija's primary color to her outfit?
She seemed to be just wearing like the white T-shirt that I mentioned earlier, black pants, for lack of a better term, high heel boots. Not high heel, sorry, new high
Wedged.
boots.
Like riding boots, okay.
Yeah, riding boots, and she seemed to just be also. She seemed to have sort of a
Worker chic.
what is the name of like flannel bandana wrapping her head, blue and shades of blue.
Okay. So let's look for an accessory for Nitra that's blue.
Okay, make an investigation check, Ojuk.
Oh, I am so helping in this.
Sure, make one as well, Rav, and whoever
Why
else
doesn't
wants
Rav
to.
take that advantage and I'll pass?
Sure.
Okay. I have an investigation of +5. So.
Excellent.
It's not too hard to find it. You do find a place that do sell all sorts of accessories, mostly towards the main thoroughfare, where people are most likely to see these things. And they do seem to sell all sorts of like small jewelry and baubles, trinkets and other such things. It's a very small shop tucked in a corner. Not in a corner, but like it's a small shop corner. It's very small, but kind of cozy. And when you get inside, you do find a horsefolk man that seems to have a tiny pair of glasses. He seems to be looking at some jewels, and he just lifts her head to welcome all of you guys into the shop. Hello. What can I help you with?
We're looking for a blue bubble that would go on this nice lady's head, preferably something high-end. Show us your best, merchant.
Probably a sapphire, butterfly, or moth with silver trim, given her hair color. And maybe a little dangle of horsehair braid with some blue gems on it.
I feel like this is one of those like dress up doll games. And you get like Mitra is just standing there totally not knowing what sort of thing to look for, and you guys are all just like, let's see what goes on her.
Pretty
I
much,
would
yeah.
think something without extra hair on it. We want to accentuate her natural, beautiful hair that's left.
Wording.
I like my hair, thank you very much.
Well, the point is to find something that matches her natural hair color and make it blend in.
Well, yes, I think silver would go good with her skin.
So the guy who just looks at you, Nitra, for a moment, and then looks at the rest of you and says, sure. Isan, can you come here? And he calls over, and you see coming from behind the desk that separates the two of you, a small rabbit woman. Apparently this Isan he talked about. And she just approaches and says, yes? Oh, look at you. Are you the one looking for baubles? Let me see. And she starts looking over at some things. She kind of just ushers you kind of further into the shop, where most of the kind of going around. The shop is kind of U-shaped. You kind of came in and then you go around sort of a desk, shelf with several things on display, and then as you go around to the other side, where the front of the shop there's a glass, and on the other side there's things on that are exposed. And she takes you kind of over there where all those things are, and she just starts picking some things. We have this pair of earrings. They're azurite, and as you look, they're some deep blue, and they don't quite match your looks overall.
I should say, Nitra would actually have commented as soon as they were saying silver. My clothes are, the nice ones are white and gold, actually. I think silver might look a little out of place with them.
Actually, I think I know something very nice for you, my dear. Just let me see here. And she goes on, kind of fetches in some on the balcony. She kind of goes around, fetches a little box. She brings it over and opens it, and you can see it's a very intricate piece. It's a brooch to go sort of on your hair, and as she kind of just motions you to kneel down so she can reach her head, and she adjusts it, putting this clip on your head, and then she brings a little mirror, and as you look at it, it's a very beautiful piece. About like an inch and a half gem that is kind of translucent brown, but the center is golden, kind of shiny golden. You see there's many other small gems inlaid around it. They're this sort of, they're kind of very deep black, but also there's a little bit of a glint to them as she brings around. So it's this yellow, this golden-like gem with black gems inlaid around it, forming this. It doesn't quite form anything, but it's just kind of a beautiful pattern. And she puts on your head and shows you on the mirror. So how do you like this, my dear?
I think it looks very nice.
Oh,
Dare I ask the price?
Oh,
$5 million.
You don't ask the price just like that, but sure. Do you wish with the box? Is this for you, or is this a present?
They seem to want it for me.
All right. The brooch itself is 80 gold pieces, and the box, I'll make a discount for you and just sell it for 10 gold pieces. And the box that the brooch was in as well is quite beautiful as well. It's got it's a brown box. Doesn't seem too intricate, but there's a gold frame around it, both on the box itself and on the lid. There's like those shaped little legs that kind of just curl on the four corners of the box, and as she opens it, the whole bottom of the box is inlaid with velvet, red velvet even, and she just says, so the whole thing comes for 90 gold pieces.
That's like our entire party funds, guys.
I'll think about it. Let's say, do you have anything a bit more bold and maybe slightly less cost?
I might have something here. Let me see.
By the way, guys, Nitra's expression during this entire time is just like confusion.
So she kind of just goes back, fetches another a small box, brings it back, and she opens it. The box is much simpler. It doesn't has all those cute golden frames and anything. It's pretty much just a small box with a velvety exterior, and as she opens it, the interior is, as well is not too fancy. The box looks solid even. And as she opens, there's just a little necklace on the inside, and as she pulls it, it's a very simple silver chain, nothing too intricate about the chain itself. But at the very end, there's a little pendant that is just this one single gem encased in it. And as you see, this gem is very like it has shades of blue. It's both light blue and dark blue in areas here and there, and there's flecks of yellow around it. And while the blue doesn't really matches Nitria, the yellow matches her colors very well. And she holds it into her hand and offers it to you and says, "This is a lapis lazuli necklace for you, my dear. This one is much simpler, if I might put it like that way. This one comes for 10 gold pieces."
Would you happen to have a matching barrette for her hair? Or something that would be close to?
Why are you so determined to put something in my hair?
It's very
Because I
obvious.
know half-elf culture.
Oh, okay.
They sort of look at one another, kind of a little not sure what to make of this, and they're like, the horse and the rabbit, they kind of,
I'm actually curious, is this a thing, is this a cultural thing for just half-elves or elves as well? Because if it was elves,
And
Nitria would be aware of it. Because Nitria has specifically done a decent amount of courting in the realm of elves.
It's mostly some half elves in Hosenfell, mostly. To the southern kingdoms where you're from, Nitria, not so much.
Okay.
But here in the north, where you are, it is sort of a bit. And you get the sense that you remember that the Tijakwi was wearing a bandana on her hair, and you imagine maybe something could help.
I'll take your word for it. Nitria just shrug to the woman offering the necklace.
If we manage to get you a hairpiece, just wear it over your right ear.
Okay.
So they they do bring now. I'm not entirely sure if this is what this thing is called in English, but they bring to you, Nitria. Since you don't seem too keen on spending money, they don't bother looking too hard for like something nice, but they do bring to you a tiara that is very simple looking, but kind of fits. This tiara, it's kind of like an inch thick. Well, not thick, but an inch of length at the center. But as it goes around to where it kind of latches on the ears, it thins out, and when it gets to there, kind of halfway aroundish where your temples would be, there's those tiny gems in it. That is this gem that, depending on the angle that you look at it, it kind of looks yellow, and at other angles it kind of gleams with a pinkish light.
So some type of opal, maybe. Nice.
And here and there you also see several flecks of green It seems like the base of this gem is mostly green, but so long as you're looking at it from an angle, it looks either pink or yellowish. This one here goes for 5 gold pieces.
How do the two together look?
They look fantastic.
Probably.
Alright, I'll buy them for Nitria.
Nitria,
15
cute.
gold.
She make everything look good.
Right? So, Ojuk, you spend some 15 gold pieces buying a tiara and a necklace for Nitria. As she puts it on, she looks quite good, quite charming. Now she only has to change her clothes now
Yeah.
to complete the looks.
Tiara, was that opal? Was the opal a correct thing?
No,
I'm just trying to
it
add.
was an agate.
Okay.
Poor man's opals, agates, dreamstone.
So
They're
after
fire opal. That'd be like hell of a price.
Yeah. So yeah, it takes you guys a little bit of time, but you do in the end find some nice clothes for, well, nice accoutrements for Nitria, that's so she can impress Tijakwi further. And after paying the couple, the horse and the rabbit, they just wave like goodbye, thank you for your business, come again.
And thank you very much. Teacher will bow on the way out, still looking very confused.
And as
So guys, do we go give her tips to dress up?
I know how to dress up. I'm from nobility.
Just remember, if she asks for either of the things you're wearing after getting information from her, feel free to give them to her.
Okay. Is that another custom thing?
Well, I mean, if she wants to remember you.
Oh, I get it.
so as all of you guys exit into the street, Halser, Rav, Zach, is there anything you guys want to add?
Oh god.
Oh my god. no.
Not at this point.
Nah, Zach was just a kid in a candy store
Okay.
during that entire exchange.
So as you guys leave, you feel
Shinies.
Yeah, shinies. You feel decently prepared for what appears to be a social date later at night with Tijakwi.
Air quotes.
Heavy air quotes.
Social date.
Well, Nitria might be fine, but we need to find a place to stay close to her in case something bad happens.
Yes, very wise.
I mean, we were staying in that inn, so we can use that as an excuse to be eating there.
Sure, but we should try to not be seen.
Well, how far is our room from the main, eating hall in the inn?
I mean, just a suggestion. Like, I'm not saying you guys need to stay far away, but you probably don't need to be vigilantly keeping watch. I think she's okay, and if something happens, I guess
Nitria.
I'll scream.
We're going to be having you question and eat a meal with a potential, exile and slave trader. So forgive us, okay?
I mean, if I go missing, you probably know where I am.
Well, it's still a city. And it's for your protection. And also our curiosity.
So we're planning on wasting the rest of the day. I suppose before they have the meal, I'm going to put a hunter's mark on Nietzsche just so I can track her if anything happens.
Yeah, like just before the meal.
Yeah, because it's only an hour, I
Yep.
think.
Okay, so
Fucking chat.
you guys kind of set off to do this whole endeavor a little bit too early. Like it's noon right now, so you have about 6 hours until dinner comes around, and that whole shopping trip didn't take that long. So you have some 5-6 hours to kill if there's anything you want to do.
Well, if we're in the merchant district, then who wants to go find Finn? Because Rav doesn't really want to go do this by himself.
I mean, we
I
have
can
the
follow you.
Yeah, I guess. Nothing better
Yeah.
to do at the moment.
Tragically. Yeah, let's go bother an artificer.
Alright, so Reverov, make an investigation check with advantage, because the entire party is helping look for... Actually, how much do you describe this person to the party? Cause, I mean, Tijakwi kind of...
Yeah.
Kind of described him, but... Are you giving your party anything else to go on? Like, any reason?
I mean, I'll tell them as much as I know about him, not necessarily why I'm looking for him.
Okay, so make your investigation check with advantage.
Can I get higher than a 15?
Yes,
That's
16.
So, while you are investigating, looking for Finn, is there anything you want to say to your party as to why you're seeking this person, or are you guys just going along?
Keeping an eye on the old guy so he doesn't get lost.
Yeah, I definitely ask why he's searching for this.
I was about to say I wouldn't exactly mention why unless somebody asked, in which case it would essentially be, just while I was working, I heard something that made me think he might have something to do with what I'm looking for here.
Well, fine by me.
Checks out.
Wow. It doesn't take too long before indeed you find a man that kind of just seems to be out and about in an alley in the city. That kind of just seems to be... It's sort of hard to describe exactly what he's doing, Rev. You're not entirely sure. It just seems to be making poses. But as you kind of approach a little bit, you notice that he seems to be trying to measure something with tools that he is holding on his hand. You're not entirely sure what he is measuring, but you do see that he is just kind of gesturing around. People seem to be keeping a good distance from this man, especially because there seems to be a hound made of metal that just seems to be sitting a few feet away from him, just watching people that seems to be coming a little bit too closer. And when you see people kind of just walking a little bit too close to the alley, this metal dog seems to be making some sort of snarling noise, and people seem to back away a little bit. You do see one person kind of coming into the alley and then quickly entering through one of the doors into whatever building they're going. And you see that this guy is being left alone to his devices. And as you approach him, Revrov, you feel this shiver down your spine that seems to come out of nowhere. And you just hear a whisper in your ear. Oh, look at him over there. Just imagine all the tasty stories that he has. Just waiting. Ripe for the taking. Go on. Get them for me. And as you look over your shoulder, Ravrov, there's no one there.
Not creepy in the slightest.
You would notice Rav shiver a bit and then walk into the alley and kind of crouch down. And it's like, oh, aren't you a little fascinating creature? Hello, boy, girl, thing.
As you as you seem to talk to the dog just keeps making its snarling noise. You see that this snarl noise is seems to be some sort of a mechanism within it that seems to be rumbling and making this noise, and also the clattering of its metal jaws, kind of just bouncing against one another, and makes sort of a kind of threatening metallic noise. But other than that, it doesn't seem to be doing much. And it's
And asked how long it took to make them.
as the guy looks over at you, he says, "Oh, that is that took me quite some time. It's I call it a steel defender. It's pretty good, pretty useful to have around. It's they're marvelous little creatures. Those metallic companions. They can help you in so many things. And as he says this, he seems to take a moment and stop and look at you a little bit more. That's a nice number, just rolling these dice. Don't I know you, mister?
Maybe. I've been around a long time. It's hard for me to remember everybody I've met.
Oh, is that so? There's... I can't quite point it, but there's just something about you that... I feel like we met before. I just don't know where. How quaint! How quaint! I never expected to find someone I used to know in so far from home. Are you from... Have you ever been to Sulfak, to Mergen?
Do either of those sound familiar to me at the moment?
Make a history check, Rev.
History. Why am I so bad at history?
Because you forget everything?
That should not have been an advantage, but The first roll was a 22.
Sure, I'll consider it. Uh, you do remember Mergin. Weirdly enough, you're not entirely sure how nor why you were there, but you remember spending quite a big portion of your life in Mergin. But whenever you try to recall any information about it, it just doesn't come to you. But the name feels familiar, and the sensation of being in Mergin feels familiar. But you can't really pinpoint it. You just know that deep within you, it feels familiar, feels right.
I think I might have been there at some point. By chance, does it have an academy to the magics and sciences?
Oh, yes, it does. That's where I studied. Have you gone to it as well?
I believe I did, yes.
What do you mean you believe you did? One does not go to the academy and forgets about it.
I'll be quite frank. There was an incident where I kind of suffered a head injury and lost some memory. It's kind of a jumble.
Oh, really? I'm sorry. That's quite unfortunate. But sorry.
But it does sound familiar. I just can't place specifics.
An incident, you say? That seems quite familiar now that I think about it. I do remember something happened. When was it? Some 35 years ago, I heard people saying there was just this big thing that happened. I don't quite remember the exact name of it, but I remember very slightly. I don't know if you're involved in it by any chance. I mean, I'm just spouting things here, but I mean, well, there was this thing that happened a while ago, and Reverov, as he starts to speak, you feel this voice in your head that just starts trying to take over a little bit. You're not here to listen stories, you're here to get them. Take them. Take them, Rav. Take them. Take the stories. Take them now. Make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh boy. Oh dear. I don't suppose we have time to guidance.
No, you do not.
Oh dear.
I don't imagine guidance works on saving throws.
Oh, it was supposed to be a save and throw? Well,
Well, if you're not proficient, then
Yeah, if you're not proficient, it is the same modifier.
add 2 to that then.
Oh, you are
Okay.
proficient.
17.
Yes, I am proficient.
Goodness me.
Oh wow, that's a very good roll then. As you feel this voice gnawing at the back of your mind, insisting that you stop listening and just take the stories, take its memories, take them all. You shudder a little bit and shake your head and try to pay attention to everything this person is saying. I'm not entirely sure, but there was this day a long time ago during the Fivinit when all the equipment in the lab just kind of exploded. It was very surreal. A lot of people got hurt. A lot of people got injured. Some people did even, in fact, well, came to pass. But I don't know. Were you there? Did you also got injured in this event?
It sounds familiar. There was a day where I was in a temple that came under attack. And honestly, the next thing I remember from there is waking up in bed
Oh wow.
and not knowing what happened during everything.
That is quite unfortunate. There's not a whole lot of people that, well, it was quite the setback to the academy. There's a lot of people injured. There's a lot of people who lost a lot of things big and small. But well, forgive me. I feel that I know you, but I don't even know your name. What is your name, sir? And Rev, before you even think of giving your name, something seems to hold you back. The voice once again just keeps gnawing at your mind. You're going too far. You should not be doing this. This is not the deal we made.
This is the exact thing that I've been after for the last 30 years. Don't know what you're going on about.
Make another wisdom saving throw.
That should be a saving throw. So plus 2, 11.
Okay. You shudder, try to shake your mind, but you seem to finally be getting defeated by whatever this thing is, and you just close your eyes and lower your head, take a hand to your forehead, and you feel this sort of pain as something is being yanked away from you, but not quite. And the voice just keeps going. Oh, you know, all that what I have given you, it's been helping you. It's been keeping you going, and I can easily take all of this away from you. You don't want to have me do this, do you? After so much we have been going through together, I've helped you so much. I've helped you do so many things that you would not have been able to do on your own. Are you sure you want to throw all that away? For what? Remembrances? Things that are no longer part of your life? Things that happened nearly half a century ago. You don't even remember those things. And you have been living so fine without them.
I will state right here that I hate this voice.
Can we all see that, like, Ravros kind of, like, shaking his head and holding his head and pausing weirdly and stuff?
Yeah, Revrov something seems to have come over him. Halser, Nitrio, Juk, and Zach, all four of you, sees that Revrov seems to be having quite the migraine, if anything. It doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem well.
Nitro would be like, his name's Ravaroth, and he doesn't seem to be doing well right now. Do you need to go outside?
We are outside.
Wait, I thought we were in a building.
No, we're in an alley next to a building. People
Oh.
went into it, but not us.
Oh, okay. And Nitro will offer him her water skin.
So, as you do this, the man that the man, apparently Finnegan, just looks at you and says, "That name is familiar now. Are you Professor Reverov? Is that you?"
Professor. What?
And the voice just says, "Are you sure? Are you really sure you want to do this? Or do you want to turn your back to me?"
I mean, we made a deal that you help me find what I lost.
No. I am helping you find what you lost. And that is your will to live. You have lost that, don't you remember? Oh yeah. Silly me, you have lost. You have forgotten so many things. Maybe this is another thing you have forgotten. I should not help you remember that. Should I? Oh, Ravarov. Whatever shall I do with you? And just then...
Okay, you go ahead.
And just then... you seem to... stop for a moment. And when you look up... everything is back the way it was. You see Nitria close to you with a hand on your shoulder and another holding a water skin next to you. All of your companions seems to be so much closer to you, and the migraine is gone. You barely feel the presence of the voice anymore. But very far back, in the distance, you keep hearing the cackle. And whenever you look over your shoulder, look left and look right, you don't see it anywhere. But it keeps tickling in the back of your head, this endless chuckle. Almost, it seems to be mocking you.
I'll take the water for now. And after a little bit, stand up and say, I'd like to talk with you some more later, but I need to take care of some things first.
Sure. Sorry. My name is Finnegan. And he extends his hand. I live nearby. I have a shop where I tinker a little bit. If you ever need to drop by, and he just points over his shoulder to a shop. You see that there used to be a plaque in front, but it seems to have been taken down. As it would seem like the whole shop is going through some sort of renovation. The whole front is being painted over. And he just pointed it and says, it's not quite done. But I can still receive people in it, so whenever you need to drop by, just come on in and I'll help you with anything you need. And for whatever it's worth, I'm really sorry, Professor. I'm sorry. Come on, boy. And he claps his hand, and the Steel Defender stands up and starts following him, and he just nods his head politely to all of you, packs back his things, and just seems to walk away back into his shop and leave you all to your own devices.
Are you feeling okay?
Yeah. Yeah, right now. I'm feeling better.
This kind of thing happen often?
Not this. No. Not usually prone to migraine.
Maybe it's just a, freak thing. Just like getting sick sometimes, I guess.
And finding out you had a job at a prestigious university thing 30 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, it is possible that he was wrong in mistaking him. I mean,
Yeah, could be. Maybe we can check on him another day and see if anything happened.
In any case, we should probably head on and get Nitra ready for her date.
Date, huh?
So, with Ravrov leading the way, all of you go back to the main thoroughfare, where eventually you do find your way back to the Ancient Dragon Tavern, where you hold up for now, making sure that Ravrov is doing okay. And then you stop there for a moment just to think about what your next step is gonna be, if you're gonna wait until nighttime when the dinner is about to take place, or if there's anything else you want to try and pursue in the meantime.
Well, I think one of us should actually go to that badger guy and tell him to, not show himself for a few days.
Yeah, I'm a little confused as to why you rushed so fast to out him.
I highly doubt he's that important. Besides, it might be interesting to see how those two work things out.
I don't know if interesting's the word I would use, but I
think there's probably a shank involved, if I recall his words correctly. I don't think he's immune to shanking.
I mean, I don't necessarily believe what he said necessarily. I mean, she could very well not be bad. I mean, but bad or not, she seems like the type who, I guess some people would say, doesn't take shit.
That could be fair. Why don't you start getting ready? I'm going to try to head back to the alchemy shop and see if they need a hand with anything, or even if I can maybe make a potion while I'm there. I'll be back before dinner.
Alright, so Ojuk, it will cost you the remainder of the day, which you'll still have plenty of, and 25 gold pieces to make one potion of healing.
Alright.
And yes?
I'm going to actually, Ravaroth makes a good point, because Nitria actually does watch him and writing in his book and stuff. So I'm going to, I think Nitria would notice that what he just mentioned.
Yeah. I'm just pondering if that is indeed the type of check I would ask you to do, but probably perception.
Well, I'm thinking he just worded it as noticing, like basically a change in how the book looks, which is why I thought it would be perception. I'd do another roll if you think it's something else.
No, yeah, perception would do. Sure. Nitri, you do notice that as Reverov seems to be deep in his own thoughts and sits down at the tavern to write things down, his book that he carries around, and you have seen him countless times writing things in it, it seems a little bit different. As he just flips through pages, it seems to flip almost endlessly and look towards things, and it catches your attention, and you can't help but to feel that that's quite odd.
Nitro would probably sit next to him and she'd be like, I've been watching you, write in that a decent amount. It's the pages seem odd. Is that book magic?
I'll stop for a second, and yeah, Rav feels somewhat comfortable around Nitria. So he'll think for a little bit and then say, it's a gift from a friend. It lets me look through all the journal entries I've made over the last few years while I've been looking for a certain someone.
Did they? Is it because of your memory?
Yeah, because of my memory, and it would be kind of inconvenient to carry, 30 journals with me, or not 30 journals, 30 years worth of journals with me to a new continent, so I asked for something that would help.
That's fair. You do a lot of writing. That really would be a lot of books. Okay, I was just curious. And I mean, Nitra could probably go quiet and just quietly spectate what he's writing, which I assume is basically just logs of things that are happening, right?
Yeah, right now he's not so much writing as just flipping through pages and looking at old stuff. If it's okay with Doug, can I ask for a slight investigation check?
On what exactly?
Like for Nitra to make one?
Investigation or perception towards seeing what's in the journal after a point. Or would she just be able to see it from where she is?
Well,
Yeah. As you just kind of point the book over, Nitro would be able to see everything that is written on the book as it is.
well, she's not exactly a speed reader, so she'd probably just be catching like occasional sentences and stuff, basically. So, I mean, either
Okay,
or.
I'll send you a couple things that you would see then.
Okay.
It's not unless you're actively trying to hide it. I would say she can.
I would honestly be too distracted at the moment to try and hide anything.
Sure.
Yeah, and she's not like actively trying to be like, oh, what's everything that's in there? It's more of like curious passive glances as is scrolling through things.
Sure. So, Rav, as you go ahead and get some things over to Nitria, Halser, you wanted to go back to the guild and warn the Badger, right?
Yeah, just dropping him a friendly, a friendly note.
Okay. So, as you are you going alone?
I think so. I mean, I have no reason to think anybody will follow.
Okay. So you see that the party is over here at the tavern, minding their own business and seems to be pondering about things on their own times. You make your way to the Adventurers Guild, to the Godslayers Guild, and on your way over there, you see the Badger that seems to be on the outskirts of the Adventurers Guild, just coming out of it, kinda heading your direction, and you seem to catch him midway.
So I
there.
give him a sign.
Go on.
Yeah, I give him a sign to, come a bit closer.
Oh yeah, what is up, big guy? See much action today at the docks, aye?
Well, nothing much really. It was mostly women stuff.
You mean women stuff, or do you mean like women stuff?
Weird shopping stuff. I don't know. People in the cities. I mean, they know each other. They don't even remove like or 4 ticks from their backs, and they still feel like they know each other for a while. I don't know. Not most people is weird.
Well, give you a piece of advice, lad. Don't know how much you've been in cities before, but people are mazes. You can get lost in them trying to make your way to the center or through it. But sometimes you're just better off, not bothering. Sometimes you might as well find something good, but you have to put up with the maze, and if you're not a fan of mazes or getting lost, it's not gonna be a good time.
Yeah, oh well, about getting lost. I was actually, thinking that maybe you could get lost for like a couple of days.
Excuse me? What do you mean?
It's a bit hard to explain, but something might have happened. Something went a bit weird and a bit out of control, and I wouldn't want you to, risk something. So you could call sick for a couple of days, maybe sleep in a different place. Like, just to be
What are you talking about? Yeah. Wait, are you threatening me, kiddo? I'll let you know I have been threatened by people way taller than you, and I will not let you do this to me. If that is indeed what you are doing. Are you threatening me, mister?
Oh, I'm totally not threatening you. Just may say that, the person you send us to talk with might have heard something about you. So it will be like safer to not show yourself around for a tiny bit.
Oh, is that so? And pray tell, where did they hear from me?
Oh, it's an incredibly long and complicated story, really. And I'm just a big moose. I don't remember all the details.
Make a deception check.
I am but a big moose. Do not listen to me.
He doesn't buy it, he says. Well, I told you didn't hear this from me, you heard this from a bird in the wind. And yet, somehow, these birds seem to tell all sorts of stories, don't they?
Yeah, and they looked a lot like you.
Ah, fucking greenhorns. That's what we get for hiring you lot. Well, sure, it's not the first time I have had my life threatened before, but just so you know, and even though he's very tiny, like 3.5, 4 feet tall, he points his finger up at you, and just from the tone of his voice, you kind of get a little bit intimidated just by how much he's pointing and gesticulating at you, Halser. Next time you show your mugs at the guild asking for favors, best of luck on that. I'm not so sure this bird will talk much. And sure, I will do what you ask and I'll try and vanish for a few days. Hope you don't mind if I put the tab on your name.
Ah, fine. That's what I get for doing a good act.
And he just looks at you and squints. And just kind of steps to the side and keeps looking at you without moving, just waiting to see what you will do next.
Well, I'm really not doing anything at this point. I just want to go back to the tavern and forget that this.
Alright? You turn around and walk back to the tavern, and just as you're walking towards the tavern, as you turn around, you just hear this kind of muffle like "fucking hell" behind you, and then you just hear skitter of feet towards the Adventurers Guild. You get the sense that this guy took your advice very seriously and is running, full on running towards the guild. And in fact, Halser, you can go ahead and also make a perception check.
So, is it based on hearing?
Yes.
So I have advantage.
Yes.
Which doesn't really help much.
Not really. But as you're walking back, you swear that just for the briefest of moment you see glints of that at first sight seems to be blades. You see the glint of blades, and then you also get the sense that you see two faces that you sort of recognize. Maybe from the docks. And then you look back and you don't see those shapes anymore. You imagine if it was just the wind. Or what? But you shake your head.
I guess it's nothing that I can actually follow through.
You just get an impression that... You just get an impression that maybe you saw something, but whether or not you saw something, you can rest easy knowing that at least you have warned the guy. And to be fair, you have other stuff to do and you can't live your life just paranoidly looking over your shoulder at everything that moves.
Yeah, fine. And well, badgers are weird people.
Are they now? And you make your way back to the tavern, where you find your companions, Nitria, Ojuk, Raveroth, and Zack.
Well, I don't think I'm gonna tell them what just happened. I mean, it was kind of a massive fail.
Sure. You just...
So I must suggest them to skip going to the guild for like a couple of days.
Alright. You just make your way back to the tavern, you find your companions, you exchange a few words with them, and the remainder of the afternoon is yours, if there's anything you guys would like to do.
Wait, Hal, so you know us going to the Hunters Guild for a while? What happened?
It's a long story. I'm a big moose. I don't remember things.
He's probably outing you.
Anyway, we have Nitria's date to get ready for.
And you do. So the afternoon goes on, and all of you guys get yourself in your best gears. Well, ish. Nitria, you're the one who goes through the most, through the biggest getting ready process, at which you find your finest clothes, and along with the new jewelry that you just got, with the help of your friends. If you would like to describe what Nitria looks like in her evening clothes.
I'm trying to think of what the thing is called. You know, like those Chinese style silk tops that are sleeveless? So she has one of those and it goes down over her thighs a little bit, and it is white with gold embellishments. And she has pants that are brown but of a very nice fabric, and tall boots that would probably look similar to the rider boots, but a bit more clean and embellished looking.
And along with the tiara,
Along with the jewelry.
yeah, along with the tiara and the necklace, you look quite charming. You can't help but to notice that whenever you walk into the tavern again, a lot of people seem to look over at you coming in, and they kind of linger their eyes on you for a moment, kind of widening their eyes like, whoa, before trying not to look too conspicuous as they keep stealing glances at you. Much later in the night. And as you come in, you also notice that the hell is her name? Chijakwi is also in there. She seems to already be sat on a table with a very big bottle of liquor. She's just waiting for you, and as you come closer, she seems to be in a sort of similar-ish getup. She's she also has a sleeveless shirt, shirt-like thing. I don't know fashion names, but yeah, she's also in a shirtless sleeve sort of deal. That also extends all the way to her thighs like a single piece. And she seems to be also wearing some sort of scarf around her neck. Also flannel with blues and shades, darker and lighter shades of blues. Her dress is also a darker navy blue shade. And she also still wears her hair tied up. She has a very long hair, and this time it's tied up behind her back on a ponytail. But you see there's the same bandana she was using earlier in the day, she's using now to tie up her hair. Kind of making sort of a little bit of a bow, but also looking a little bit more formal-ish. And you see that she has these very big, like, earrings, golden, and very shiny as well. And she just notices you coming in, and she, once again, very lazily just lifts her fingers and waves them at you.
Nietzsche will return the gesture and approach to sit down, and she'll do a slight bow before sitting.
Alright. As you start to sit down, she looks up at you and says, "Well, I see you took my advice to heart and dressed nicely indeed."
Yeah. Well, some ladies are worth dressing up for.
Oh. Oh, you. It's nice to see that you also have very good manners and quite the tongue, if I dare say so.
I grew up around nobility. It was pretty important to make sure we held an air of respect.
Well, I grew up around pirates, but I learned that sometimes it's good to put up a show. People seem to enjoy it every once in a while.
Itriel just kind of chuckle, be like, it's a bit funny how we both end up at such respectful ways of speaking.
Well, sometimes you can convince people by violence, and sometimes you can convince people with charms. And I find charms just so much better. It's much easier to clean up after.
Yeah, that's true. I tend to prefer it over violence, but admittedly, we haven't always done so good at that charm just on this ship here, we kind of had to turn to violence. It was rough.
Well, I'm not saying that everything can be resolved by charm, but if you can, it's much more preferable than straight up violence. And who knows, maybe sometimes you can also even get a little bit of enjoyment out of it.
And Nicho probably, she's pretty beet red right now and struggling to, I guess, hold her ground charismatically.
Sure. While you are kind of fumbling in your way through this social environment, Nitria, what is the rest of the party doing?
Probably sitting up in our room and trying not to die of what we can happen to overhear.
Rav almost goes out the door and then remembers who's downstairs and then goes to leave through the window.
And also drinks like a lot.
Okay. So, Zach, what are you up to? Cobalt?
Zach's probably fiddling with the Bargist blood or whatever.
Cool.
Alchemy, hooray!
Cool indeed. So, I would say
Got nothing
that
better to do.
most of you guys are not really paying attention to this whole endeavor, aside from Ojuk. So, all of you can go ahead and make perception checks with disadvantage, and you, Ojuk, can make a perception check with a normal perception check.
I was going to say Rav is definitely not paying attention to this right now.
Sure.
It's hitting based.
No, it's based on sight, I'd say.
Okay.
And the rolls match what I said, so.
Indeed, they do. Okay. So, Rav, you wish you were not there. That's how much you're not paying attention.
Well, Rav is trying to go out the window, so.
Oh yeah.
That's how badly he wishes he wasn't there.
Indeed. It takes you a little bit of finagling to make your way out of this tavern. Zach and Holster, the two of you have your own endeavors to look over, but whenever possible you kind of look over to see if Nitria is doing well, and she seems to be very, very
Flustered.
yeah, very flustered and kind of having a very rough time navigating this whole situation.
I should
And
focus on Nitria, then I'd have advantage. Because of Hunter's Mark.
no.
No?
No. But the two of you, despite everything, as you kind of glance over to look at Nitria, she seems to be mostly doing well. And as you look at Tishakwi, from this advantage point that you guys have, it's a little bit easier to see underneath the table, and you can see that she, despite her formal wear, she's definitely carrying around daggers in case something goes wrong. Or maybe she is planning something. Ojuk, you however notice that despite having a dagger strapped to her leg, she seems very relaxed. Chijakwi does not seem to be at all in a threatening / intimidating stance. She seems to genuinely be enjoying the night. For however awkward and kind of disastrous this whole relationship began, it seems to be flowing quite well. And you sense no danger might be coming from it. From her specifically. And Nitria, you do your best to navigate this whole situation, and if there is something specific you would like to say, you can do so now.
I'm trying to think as a player, like as far as asking her questions. Did she more so suggest that like doing this could like the quote unquote date would be the time to ask questions, or like the date was just a date and then there would maybe be like questions after?
Make an insight check.
Not my forte.
She's getting a feel for plundering you. Watch out.
Oh.
3.
She's off to that booty.
No matter how big or small is your social prowess, Nitra cannot read this lady for shit. So, what do you think Nitra is gonna ask first?
I guess she would probably first comment on the colors, actually, since that's probably one of the more insightful things that was pointed out to her. So she'd be like, I noticed you seem to really like blue. Is that your favorite color?
I do enjoy myself the blue, yes. It's the color of the sky and the color of the ocean. It's the color of freedom, if anything. I like it. What about yourself? I see you're quite a fan of the yellows.
Yeah, I like lots of yellows and golds. A lot of the elves back where I came from would wear it, and it, just it grew on me a lot over time. What does that color mean?
Yellow? Oh, I don't know. I was hoping you would tell me, but if I were to wager a guess, I would say it's the color of gold, riches, and fortune, if anything. I would say you're a girl who likes nice things.
Teacher will kind of look her over a bit, probably not very subtly, and be like, "Yeah, you could say that."
As she looks over at you, Nitria, she seems to kind of lean over the table a little bit as she kind of just leans on her arm. She just has both her elbows on the table, or her hands together, and she just lowers her head into her hands, just leaning in a little bit closer and just scrutinizing you up and down as best as she can. And with that natural 17, she can see a lot about you.
Oh, yeah.
You're quite the naive one, aren't you?
I guess, kind of. I can't say that's the first time I heard it.
Well, as much fun as this would be, I'll be honest. I don't even know your name.
I thought she introduced herself when she bowed to her. Oh. That's like normally what Nitria does.
That's how bad it is.
You know what? We can definitely write this off, because Nitria has been very flustered from square one, so she'd probably forget something. And yeah, Nitria will probably like cough. And she, I'm terribly sorry. I've been a little intimidated. My name's Nitria.
Well, nice to meet you, Nitria. And I would say that it would be nice to many other things you, Nitria, but... well... I can be a little bit forward sometimes, and I see that you're the kind of girl that can get easily flustered by all sorts of social advances, and as much fun as this would be to peel off your layers one by one, I suppose I would feel bad about myself, as surprising as that is, to just go on ahead and pop off your cherry just like that. I will not do that. Not tonight, at least. You and your friends are interested in some things, and I can see them lurking around and watching us over, and I would not feel comfortable having a night together with you knowing there are so many people watching. Even if from afar, I still don't like that. I like intimacy. But let's not let this night go to waste. I suppose I'll give you what you wanted, so long as you also give me something I want. You did say, well, not you, but your friends did say something about shipments and exiles. I happen to know a thing or two about them. And I also know that the guild is definitely looking to terminate me, if possible. And I'm not dumb. I didn't get this far along in the world by sheer luck. I will make a deal with you. These persons that I have been aiding, for lack of a better term, I dislike them. They are creepy. They honestly give me the chills and the nightmares, and I wish they were gone, but I'm not about to go and stab my employers in the back just like that. So instead I would like you to go and do it. That is, after all, what you were planning to do already, so we're just helping each other out. Right?
I mean, I would talk to the others about it, but I mean, like you said earlier, I for charm over killing. Like the one that was mentioned before, the guy at the guild, I mean, I didn't necessarily believe him right away about you, but regardless, I prefer to, I guess, make friends more than enemies.
Well, let me tell you that I am definitely a friend you wanna have. These creeps, though, they are not. I don't like them and I want them gone. And I reckon you and your friends can do it. You look like a capable bunch. Especially the big one with the horns. He, as loud as he is, he seems very capable. Should take a beating at least, because I know these guys, they're very strong, and it's not gonna be easy, and this is not something you can resolve with charms.
He is pretty strong. I watched him bust down a door. It was pretty cool.
Well, we might need to do that again this time, dear. So they might be closed by now, which is good. There is a saloon a few blocks away. It's very empty at night, the whole neighborhood. And right now is probably when they are doing their evil deeds that I know takes place in there. Underneath the saloon there is a secret passageway. There might be a wall blocked by... well, there might be a a wall blocking your passage. And you see, as she is saying those things, she is leaning a little bit more into her hands now, covering her mouth as she does. But so you can just hear her, but you can't really see what she's saying. She also starts lowering the volume of her voice, almost whispering, just to you, Nitria. In their basement, they make foul experiments, or that's what I heard at least. And, well, you have a place, you have a target. I guess adventurers can go and do what you do best in adventure. Plunder some dungeons and save the city, or whatever it is that you want to do. And I'll let you know, Nitria. I'm not doing this out of the kindness of my heart. I'm a businesswoman, and I'm in here to profit. But you are quite nice, and I would like to do this again sometime, so...
Yeah, maybe a different tavern next time. Part of the reason they're here is this is the tavern they're staying at. I told them to just kind of keep their distance, but I'm guessing now that she's pointed them out, Nitria can turn and see the others watching them.
Very clearly, yeah.
I guess they didn't listen. So yeah, maybe different tavern next time.
Oh, maybe a different venue altogether. I happen to have a place of my own, and like I said, I value my intimacy, and well, we shall see. In any case, I shall take my leave. I have other endeavors to get to, and I believe you do too. So, have a good night, and good luck with the cleaning up. I don't see how that it'll be too easy to remove bloodstains from those nice clothes, but still.
I think I'll change first.
Of course you do. And she stands up. She grabs her bottle of liquor, and she starts walking out in towards the street. And as you look back, you can see that she's definitely got a swing to her walk as she leave.
See, she sachets away.
Pretty much, yeah. And
As she gets up, Nitria would be like, "Thank you for the night. I hope it goes more smoothly next time."
Smooth is the name of the game, my dear. And she winks at you before turning and leaving.
And Nitria will kind of turn and like glare at the people who have been spying on her.
So as you turn around, Nitria, you see your companions. Rav, which is nowhere to be seen. Ojuk, who is very intently glaring at you. Zach, who is kind of on the corner making some sort of alchemical experimentations and seems to be half paying attention. And also Halser, who seems that at some point he was paying attention, but now he's shit-faced. He's very drunk. And you got a little bit of a sense of urgency as Tijakwi mentioned the place that you need to go. And you imagine, like, how am I gonna get all this bunch ready for this? So, party, what do you do?
I mean, Nitria would probably want to go and change into her armor and stuff if we're gonna go pursue this.
That makes sense.
Armor and weapons is good. Nitro would be like, I think that she said experiments, and if I know a decent amount about mages, especially a lot of wizards. Experiments can usually mean, well, people disappearing. So I think there actually may be common interests here. I think that this employer she doesn't like might be a source of the disappearances.
Okay, Nitrio, why don't you go get changed, and me and Zach will see if we can whip up a tonic for Helser so he's ready to go.
Why, I'm totally fine.
You're totally sloshed. Mister just puked out the window. You're gonna get us kicked out of this place.
I can totally handle alcohol.
You'd think someone as big as him would hold his liquor better.
Well, he
That
was
was a
trying to
lot
guzzle
of
it.
The also, I'll say that you probably spent about like an entire gold piece just buying a lot of liquor.
That was well spent.
Indeed. Not only so much, but a lot of people here they look up at you whenever you are here drinking, Halser, and they seem to recognize you from all the work that you have done at the docks, carrying boxes back and forth, and they say, "Oh, hey there, big one. Glad to see you're back."
Hi guys!
So,
Doug,
I have some boxes that needs bringing, carrying over sometime later in the future. Hope to count on you, big guy.
Of course I do. I like boxes.
would a silver or two cover a drink or two?
Yeah, I don't know that you have drunk yourself into oblivion, so yeah, a silver piece will more than cover for drinks. And Zach, I don't believe you drank at all, so you're good. And also, you get the sense that these people here, they seem to really dig your company and seem you get the sense that this bar here, this tavern, the Ancient Dragon, is a very good place to make contacts. If at least you were sober and could remember names, but maybe in the future.
Get them to pay your tab.
Oh damn it, I'm fucking rich. I can pay for all the alcohol here.
So,
I love this group.
all of you guys then find yourselves together, a little bit ready. Halser still a little bit tipsy, and you reunite yourselves in front of the Ancient Dragon Tavern. But Reveroff is nowhere to be seen. So,
Do we want to bother looking for him or keep an eye out while we head to this place?
Hey, maybe do a bit of looking. She said that they do the experiments when it's empty, which means we have kind of a limited time, I think. But we could probably spend a little bit of time looking and then go on. Did Reveroth came to the tavern, right?
yeah, he came back with all of you, and at some point, everyone just stopped paying attention to one another, and you, Nitra, became the center of attention. And then, when you stopped being the center of attention, he just wasn't there anymore.
Well, I guess we should check on him. He was feeling sick before.
Yeah, we could. He did seem pretty not well. Didn't he also say that he and the Finnegan were going to talk?
Halser, as you mentioned this, that he was sick, you think for a moment, and the only places you can imagine a sick person going is to bed, to the church to see the priest for some healing or something, or to the Adventurers Guild, where, you know, you guys sort of have bunks in there and you can rely on a lot of services. Although you didn't tell him not to go, so...
Well, I will start looking for the beds in the tavern.
Alright. You guys take a moment just looking up and down and all around in the tavern. It doesn't take too long, it's not too big a tavern, it takes like some 10 minutes, but in the end, he's not there.
Dare we go check the Hunters Guild before we...
I suggest we check the church first.
The church? Alright.
Okay. So all of you guys make your way hurriedly to the church. You hustle over there. Which luckily is just across the street. And as you get in there, it's very quiet. And as soon as you open up the big double doors and get inside, you see a few faces turning over to look at you. And when you close the door, all the noise and revelry of the tavern across the street just quiets down. And this place, despite being so close, it's very quiet. And in the back, you just see this tiefling with very accentuated features. He starts making his way over to you and says, "Hello, my children. Can I do anything to help you in this night?"
Yeah, we're searching for a friend that may be feeling a bit sick. He's a Dragonborn.
I'm sorry, but no. There is no such person in here.
I mean, guys, earlier when I was sitting with him while he was going through his book, and he was mumbling about the stuff that the Finnegan guy was talking about earlier. So I imagine he might be with him. Maybe.
That seems fitting. Let's go check it toward Finnegan's.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so all of you turn around, say your goodbyes to the priest, and make your way hurriedly to Finnegan's, which is a bit of a ways. And when you get to it, the shop is there, closed. You knock on the door, I imagine.
Yeah.
Okay. It takes a moment, and the same guy you saw before, this man who goes by Finnegan, this half-elf, he just comes to the door and looks at you and says, "Oh, hello, you're the Professor Friends, right?"
Yeah. Have you seen him? He seems to just kind of poofed. I thought he might be here.
No, I have not. Well, to be honest, I was expecting him to come back later, but no, I have not seen him. Is everything alright?
I mean, I don't know. He's just suddenly gone. He could have just gone out for alone time. He seems to kind of be focused on his own stuff a lot, so that's not hugely out there, I think. But
if you happen to see him, will you let him know we came looking for him?
Sure, I'll be more than happy to point him in the direction you need. And I suppose, yeah, it's after everything he been through, it's no wonder that he's still lost in thought. He used to be quite lost in thought quite frequently back in the day, and now I can't even imagine what it's like to be him. But Anyway, I'll let him know that you came looking.
Oh, all right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Have a good night and stay safe.
Stay safe.
Okay, let's go off to make some trouble.
Yeah, I mean, I can't think of anywhere else. Not much we can do.
Alright, so the four of you, without Reverov, decide to make your way to this saloon that was mentioned by Chijakwe. I can't remember her name, sorry. So, the four of you make your way over to the saloon, and as you get in front of it, you can see that this is a very kind of confined building in this part of town, around this here in the map. The front of the building looks like just any other merchant business in the area. It doesn't seem to really have any striking name. It just seems to mention to be Rico's Saloon for fashion, and indeed it is a place where people come to cut their hairs. And in front there's also an cobbler, ampersand cobbler actually. You don't remember this part being mentioned, but you also don't imagine that it's super relevant. And here you are. What would you like to do? The street is empty at this time in the evening.
If we try going in, is it locked?
Yeah, I suppose that makes the most sense to carefully look for a point of entry.
Well, if they're in the basement, we probably don't want to make a big boom on the top floor. We want to say big boom for bottom floor.
Well, I could always try scaling part of the building and see if there's, even an open or just unlocked window.
Yeah, maybe.
Alright, so make an investigation check, all four of you. Halser, Nitria, Ujuk, and Zach, as you try to look around the building for possible entrances. Alright. Looking around, all of you try to find for weak spots in this building, but there doesn't seem to be any. Doesn't seem to have a chimney, doesn't seem to have a back door, doesn't seem to have anything helpful in a way of getting on the inside. The only way it seems to be through the front door. Meanwhile, Halser, you never left. You have been just staring at the front door thinking like, how can I break this down?
Oh no.
And eventually all of you come back around to find Halser still standing in the front. And you all come to the conclusion that this is the only entrance.
Well, you want to bust it down, big guy?
Oh yeah.
Oh my. Can I even try to pick it without a set, but with like sleight of hand?
Well, I can pick it with my fist.
Let's try something a little subtler first.
I kind of wish I could afford a set of thieves' tools.
Yes, same. That's something we'll have to get.
Okay, so Ojuk, do you have anything you can use to improvise picking tools?
Let me look through all my miscellaneous little bits of junk.
The only really thing I could think is utensils or daggers.
I have the cooking utensils from the mess kit. I mean,
Oh my
maybe
god.
there's a thin knife.
Alright, so
I can hope I have a two-pronged fork.
you get your fork, your knife, Ojuk. The party just just stares
This
at you.
is spectacular.
As you get those tools ready, you crack your fingers, pop your neck left and right. Just get ready, a little bit of warm up before you really get through it and try to make this thing work.
Teacher is like, have you used these before?
Yeah, to eat.
Oh.
Make a sleight of hand check. Oh, there you go. It's tricky. You stand a very long while in there, trying to jimmy the lock. Meanwhile, I would like the remainder of you to tell me what are you doing while Ujuk is trying to pick the lock.
I mean, Itria would just be watching him kind of with this look of like, this isn't gonna work.
Yeah, I'm just face palming.
Zach?
I've got nothing.
Alright. As the three of you are just kind of there, watching, kind of judging silently, eventually you hear a click as the door seems to pop open. And then you hear a thunk on the other side. And as you pull back your fork and knife, this whole side of the lock kind of comes in with your cooking utensils. That seems to be jammed on the inside of this lock. It seems like somehow you managed to completely dismantle the lock as a whole.
Good fucking god.
Well, that is one
works.
way to do it.
That was going to be my other suggestion, but congratulations on the forethought.
I'm freaking impressed.
Alright, so as you guys gently open the door, I imagine you see now the inside of this place where you find yourselves is very, very, very simple. It seems to be a small saloon. There's two chairs to the side facing a mirror. On the back there seems to be some desks with some several tools, and then to the side a little bench with other cobbler tools. And the four of you, everyone but Revorov, who decided to run away, slowly start to make your way inside. Let me just adjust the size of these tokens. So, you also notice a door in the back that seems also to be closed. So once you're inside, what are you all doing?
Do we see any sort of basement entrance?
I would guess it's the door.
The one in the back?
Yeah. Hopefully that one isn't locked, because I don't think Ajuk's cutlery is going to make a second attempt.
Well, like I said before, we want the initial getting in to be quiet, but busting down the entrance to the basement's fine.
I mean, yes, but the less doors we can break down before the lost room, probably a good idea.
So, what are you all doing?
I guess checking the back of the bar.
Yeah.
Okay. As the four of you go over to check the door, real quick, Revorov, would you like to tell us a little bit of what you are doing?
However long it took to walk there, I would go up to the Godslayer's Guild door, and I don't know the procedure. Do we open? Do we knock? Do we just go in?
It's pretty much open for everyone. You kind of just go in.
Okay, so I go in and I see if I can find somebody to help me find the library/research area.
Okay, as you do so, people will just look at you, and eventually you do see uh, a short man, male, walking around, kind of wearing a very big cloak, a very heavy cloak, and he seems to notice you, and he looks up and says, "Hey, it's you." And when you look down, you see that this man hiding in a cloak and a hat is the Badger from before. You're friends with the one who ratted me out.
That would have been the half elf with the red feather in his hair. I don't really know him all that well. I'd say more acquaintance than friend.
Ah, it's always them. It's always these outcomers. From Kiria, from Sofak, it's always them that's giving us trouble. But you're looking to the library is what I hear.
Yes. Specifically, I know this is a guild about hunting things, but I wanted to look into some history about, well, you mentioned Sulfok. That's what I'm wanting to know about. Maybe something about 30 years ago. And also maybe look in the fiends and or celestial sections and see if there's anything about someone who, well, given what I know now, trades knowledge for power.
You're still a greenhorn. We don't give access to the guild archives to the greenhorns. Not until you prove yourself there. But once you do, you can come back and we will gladly show you what we can and what we have. But for now, that kind of knowledge is not for anyone to see. You see, you understand, we can't just show all newcomers all the secrets, or elsewise they're gonna run into danger themselves and get themselves shanked or killed or mauled or worse, converted into forces of dark.
Well, is there anyone I could talk to who might be willing to go to the archives themselves in exchange for me doing something for them?
You can talk with the big boss, with Anthony. But he's already gone. He's already retired for the night. You can talk with him tomorrow morning.
What about you?
I'm laying low. Ask your friend what that means.
I mean, a library seems a decent enough place to lay low in.
Oh, you would be surprised. Many dark deeds have gone down in libraries, especially in Adventurers Guild.
Well, do you need somebody to help watch your back then? I don't know exactly what's going on. But I don't know the history between you and what's her name?
I'll go find your friends. I'll be good taking care of myself, and if you see the half-elf, tell him that the birds have a good memory. They remember things.
Okay, well, Are you going to be heading out of the city with the way that you're dressed up?
No, I'm just laying low. And even if I were, I would not tell you. Knowing that how you and your friends are so loose with your tongues. Anyway, Scoot, go over. I have things to do. And he just
Can I
lowers
insight
his...
check that?
Sure. He just lowers his head and starts walking away. And you get the sense that he is not forthcoming with what he's saying. He just seems to want to get out of here.
I was going to say, does it seem like he's actually going to be heading out of town?
It does not seem like, no. It seems like he's trying to stay within the guild,
Ah, okay.
where it's safe. So, Reverov, after looking around and finding out that your endeavors were unsuccessful, what are you doing, if anything?
He's going to get a haircut.
I'll write a note to leave with Anthony at his office, and then I guess go try to find the group.
Alright. Because I'm kind, I'll just say that you managed to find the group through a series of shenanigans.
Well, we're still really close to the tavern, right?
Yeah,
This is just down the street from it.
Yeah, and the city is not that large. It would not take too long. And the time you guys took to go to his friend, to Finnegan, and then to come back was enough time for Reverov to come back into the bar, notice that all of you guys have left, and through happenstances just kind of wind up where you guys are. I will say
Come out of
that...
the bar and see them going where they're going.
Well, there's a drunken moose half leaning against a wall, and a man busy picking a lock with a set of cutlery.
That's Dan. I do want to ask though, where are we keeping our stuff? I thought it was at the guild.
I have no idea.
I'd have to say,
I don't-
not so much
I don't
picking a
know
lock,
anymore.
dismantling a lock.
Yeah, it was...
Potato.
Yeah, at some point I thought you guys said you were staying at the tavern, so I imagine your things were at the tavern. So that might have
Yeah,
been...
I remember the tavern too, to be honest.
Might
I
have
remember
been...
the previous tavern, but
Well, it might have been a fault on my part, but anyway, you guys reconvene as you, Reverov, just following... you go to the tavern, don't find your friends, you run over to Finnegan, hear that, hey, maybe your friends are looking for you, and they loosely said that they were gonna get a haircut and kind of give you directions. And when you arrive, you arrive just in time to see Ojuk finish breaking a lock and entering a place that he might not have any place being at. So you're there.
Next
Okay.
time I'll try strength instead of dex on the lock.
So as your Dragonborn friend reunites with you, I suppose you guys had decided to do something about the door in the back.
we check if it's unlocked.
It is.
Ah, good. Let's not break this one down yet.
Okay. Do you open it?
My player instinct says, alarm, alarm, but you know what? I guess Nitria would. She would try to do it quietly, though.
Okay, make a stealth check. Nitria.
Not my best, not my worst.
Ooh.
Hi!
You very gently open the lock, and as you do, you see a darkened room with boxes and a staircase that goes down. And you get the sense that, hey, it's only gonna get darker the further down you guys go. There are sort of lamp posts on the street, keeping things bright.
Also, Hellsir probably still has the ever-burning torch to his horns for some reason.
Probably he does, yeah.
Speaking of which, Helser, do you want to be on point?
Oh, what?
Do you want to lead?
Oh, yeah.
So you find a room with a stair leading downwards. Do you go in?
Okay, I go in.
All right. So Halser, what you see going down the stairs as you and your torch light up the whole place is an empty-ish room, a little bit over to the right. Full of all sorts of little trash things. There are boxes filled with what appears to be fruits. There are shredded clothes on the corner, some broken boxes as well. A bed. Not too shabby, but not too amazing either.
This doesn't look like experiment stuff. Just looks like fruit.
There's probably a secret wall or something stupid.
Yeah, we should check around.
Yeah, probably a good point.
You do remember, Nitria, that your contact did tell you there might be a wall blocking your path or something.
Oh, okay. Well
What's that
then, yeah.
pile of stuff down to the right?
Toys?
Laundry.
Shirts, socks, teddy bears?
Actually, now that you guys are only here, I'll need you, Holster, to make a perception check, and it's a straight roll. Because you're the only one who has very good hearing. And you do indeed hear, on the opposite side of the south wall, some whisperings and noises coming from over there.
Okay, I tell everybody about the noise, pointing that there must be something in the southern part of the...
Wait, is he hearing it through that specific spot, or like?
Over here. And
Okay, that's what I saw. A red thing. I'm like, that looks like a spot.
Yeah, and as you approach Halser, you look, Nitria, as you look to the ground, that seems to be blood, dried up blood.
I'm guessing this is experiment remnants. Maybe. I mean, we could look for a switch, but we know they're right there, right? So
Yeah?
maybe now you get to smash things.
Yeah, Halser, use your hoof. Knock the wall down.
I'm
Oh
fine
yeah,
with this.
I'm try to use my fist.
Okay, so Halser, as you channel in all of your servant power, you just channel it in, hold yourself as best as you can, firmly planting one of your feet on the ground, and you lift your other leg and just hoof the wall with all of your might, instantly breaking it down as it unlatches from the hinges, and you see that this secret wall door sort of deal just falls off and crashes on the ground. And on the other side, you shine your bright light from the torch you carry, illuminating what appears to be a cavern of sorts. And inside of it, you just see a man, a dragonborn, that seems to be wearing a cloak, and he just looks back like, eh, as he notices all of you just rushing in. And you also see two evil-looking gnomes with hats and long beards that just seem to be looking back at all of you who are making your way into this place, and everyone seems to be caught by surprise. So I will go ahead and ask all of... Yes, and ask you guys to roll for initiative. It took 3.5 hours, but we're in combat zone now.
Yay! Oh no, they got Plato. The poor man.
Pardon, how come I'm first, even if my roll is lower than Nitri?
Because he hasn't sorted it yet.
Yeah, I hadn't
Okay.
sorted it yet. So, Holster, you break down through the wall. All of your party mates are hanging back yet, and everyone just looks with surprise as they see, they see this gigantic moose dude breaking down the walls, and they are up first. So, just to make matters a little bit simpler, I'll say that you're one square ahead, so passage isn't blocked.
Okay.
And this is where you guys broke the wall.
So we're not getting a surprise round?
No.
Okay.
I mean, you are smashing through the wall after all. So this guy over here, he goes first, and he has a very shriveled, evil-looking gnome, and he is seeing you come in, Holster. He's gonna run towards you, but of course, with his amazing 25 feet of movement. And he's gonna attack you 3 times. So that's gonna be 19 to hit, which hits. So you suffer 11 points of damage.
Damn it.
Second attack also hits. You suffer 9 more points of damage. Third attack also hits. You suffer 7 points of damage.
And Orion dies.
So that was a total of 27 hit points of damage you just suffered. So all of you just watch as Holster tears through this wall, walks into this room, and then this tiny evil gnome just runs up with a sickle and just starts slashing at him, cutting him left and right, and Holster immediately becomes bloodied with all this damage. So next up is you, Nitria.
I guess she would run in about here, and I'm guessing the Dragonborn one looks the most magic-y.
Yes.
Standing over spell circle, whatnot.
Yeah.
So she will quarry mark as her bonus action the Dragonborn. Though she is not going to super easily be able to get them, so she will... Hold on, let me measure 5, 10, 15, 25. Okay, so right there is 25, and she will take a single slash at this point, yeah.
Alright, so you attack the little dude. As you walk into the room, you just slash down at him with your katana and hit. So that deals some damage.
And she's going to take the rest of her movement, because he can't opportunity attack her now, and try and get to the Dragonborn, who she is now next to.
Alright. Holy shit, that works. Okay. So that's your turn, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay, Holster, you're up.
Okay, so Using the potion is the action.
Is a bonus action.
Bonus action.
Actually,
Okay.
if you use the potion as a bonus action, you roll to see how many hit points you get. If you use it as an action, you get full hit points from it.
So you could heal and then rage this turn, so you have damage reduction.
Yeah, it's better. So I'm gonna use my action to use the potion,
Okay.
and then I'm gonna enter in rage.
Okay. You're using a normal potion of healing, right?
Yes, normal potion of healing.
Okay, so that's 2d4 plus 2, so that's 10 hit points you heal. And as part of my alternative rules, you can roll 1 hit die on top of that. And since it's maxed out, it's gonna be a... is it
12 plus con.
12 plus 10, so it's 22 in total.
a plus your constitution
Plus your-
from the hit die, so that's plus 3.
So 25.
Yep.
Nice.
Also mark down that you use 1 hit die.
Okay.
And then you enter a rage. I don't know that we have a rage symbol.
Okay.
Isn't there a screaming man icon?
Oh, I'm gonna throw that one there. So that is your turn, Halter, or are you moving still?
I'm gonna move one.
Okay. So you angrily drink a potion of healing, and you
Throw the
just
vial at the gnome.
yeah. As you look down at the gnome with anger in your eyes, as you're raging now.
Yeah. I'm also going into frenzy on top of rage.
Can you do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's when you
I
enter the
can-
rage.
Okay.
Yeah, I can choose it when I enter in rage mode.
All right. So you are frenzied.
Oh no.
Squish a gnome.
So you are frenzied and you are raging and you're now stepping in blood, and that is your turn. So next up is Ojuk.
If you're speaking Leo, you're muted.
Oh. Okay, bonus action Hunter's Mark.
Who are your hunters marking?
The guy right in front of house, sir.
Okay, the little gnome dude there.
Yep. And then I'm going to slide a lance past Hulser into the gnome, hopefully.
Okay, you use your lance and try to attack at him, and you hit. It's very easy for you to see everything here. Holster is a gigantic beacon of light, which helps tremendously with seeing everything, and this guy is just too distracted by this rage drinking. And as you hit at him and pull back, a lot of blood just yanks out, and this guy is bloodied.
And he was already hurt, and I forgot to add a
Colossus Slayer.
Colossus Slayer.
So, oh,
Nice.
so that one
And
point
then
of
he
that 1 point of damage is from your hunter's mark, right?
Yep.
Okay, so that's additional 9 points of damage. He's looking very rough. Are you doing anything else?
Nope, that'd be on my turn.
Alright. Next up is Zach.
Okay. Let's have a look-see. I guess I go over there. I use my bonus action to do my weapon enhancement. Let's do lightning because it's fun. And then I'm going to use an action to cast magic missile at the Durganburn.
Alright, go for it.
Okay. Is it just 3 times the damage rolled, or do I roll individually?
Up to you, really. Whatever you prefer to do.
Let's go with individually because that first roll sucked.
Alright, so 10 points of damage total.
10 force damage.
Is that it for your turn?
That's about all I can do. I suppose I will actually finish my movement to there.
Okay. Taking a few steps forward. So next up is the Dragonborn.
Yeah, Rev will.
Not that
Oh,
Dragonborn.
Wrong
Wrong Dragonborn. Yeah, the other one.
Yeah.
Lol.
Identified as enemy Dragonborn.
Oh, if only. So, seeing all of you entering this guy's place, he's gonna go ahead and seemingly. Yeah, he doesn't want to die. He's gonna cast a spell. As soon as he does cast his spell, you see now Nitria ice congealing around him, apparently granting him some form of protection.
I know this spell.
But does Nitria knows?
I mean, she very well may, but
I mean,
she's still gonna take the same approach regardless.
Indeed.
Revroth used it when we were fighting the
Oh yeah.
what's the magic?
Oh, then yeah, she definitely know it.
Okay, so you recognize this spell, Nitria. You have seen your other Dragonborn friend cast it as well. So he's gonna cast this spell and move over to the side to, minimize the amount of places you guys can attack him from, with still not moving too far away from your reach, and that's gonna be his turn. Yep, that's his turn. So next up is the party Dragonborn. So Revroth, what are you doing?
Gonna come in. It's like, so what do you guys found? Holy crap! No, not that far. One up. And quick judge of the situation. Going to cast. How close can I do this on? Can't reach him, so not gonna do that. I am just going to hold person our Dragonborn friend down here.
Oh no, why would you?
Oof.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that fucking sucks. That's a what? A wisdom saving throw?
that is a wisdom saving throw.
Cool.
DC 14.
Oh shit. He makes it.
He makes it? That's unfortunate. And because I still have a little bit of movement left, I'm gonna go right over here.
Okay, that's your turn, I believe.
Yep, I have no bonus actions that are useful here.
Alright, next up is the other evil gnome at the end of the turn, who just saw you, Nitria, coming close to this guy, so he's gonna go and fuck your shit up. So he's gonna interlope between you and Zach. And he's gonna attack you 3 times. Nitria.
Okay.
So first attack is a 12, misses, like you. Second attack is an actual 20. You suffer 15 points of slashing damage.
Third one, I want to quick step.
Okay. He has disadvantage. He rolls a natural 3 and misses. So he tries to slash at you, but you're too quick the second he strikes at you, which deals a shitload of damage. And as he goes for the third strike, you're using your Shinsu training, you just quick step to the side, throwing him off his balance, and he just can't hit you at all. And that's his turn. Next up is the other guy. The red cap who already had a turn, he saw you healing up Halser, and then he saw all these other people moving into the room. Yeah, he's gonna attack you and Zach. So Zach, that's gonna be he misses you as he tries to hit you. Then he tries again. God damn it, he missed again. Oh fuck it, he's gonna go for
17 AC.
I mean, he
So
rolled
good.
he rolled a 10. He's not gonna hit anyone with that. Yeah, fuck it. He's gonna try and attack you again, Zach. 13, he misses. So as he tries to sickle at you, small creature versus a small creature, just too quick for him. And he seems somewhat sluggish, even. As he tries to step around and you just hear his iron boots just clunking against the ground. He's very slow. And that's his turn. Completely wasted. Nitria, what are you doing?
Question actually. So, the Arcane Siphon ability.
Yep.
It says I can use it as my reaction to reduce the damage from a spell.
Yes.
Or no. No, I don't think the Armor of Agathis counts as a spell attack or spell area of effect, so I guess she's just gonna be
Well,
taking that.
Yeah.
I mean,
Uh,
it's a spell that you're taking damage from.
Well, this specifies, so the ability is when she takes damage from a spell attack or a spell area of effect, she
Okay,
can
then no, it
reduce the
wouldn't.
damage by a certain amount.
Yeah. The
Yeah, that
spell,
wouldn't work then.
it has to be offensive and targeted at you. It's not if it's something reactive as Armored of Agathis, it doesn't work.
Well, I mean, there is really not a whole bunch she could do anyway, so Katana it is, and
Alright?
that probably misses anyway, so I guess she doesn't take that damage.
Yeah, she does not. She does not. So Nitro, as you try to strike at him, it's just this gnome behind you. As he struck at you, it just throws you off balance as well, and you're out of your game. Is that it for your turn?
I think that's all she can really do other than moving, so yeah.
Alright. Next up is you, Halser. What are you doing?
So I'm gonna move here in order to flank against Zack.
Sure.
And then I'm gonna use my action to attack.
Okay, go for it. Well, shit.
Oh, wow.
And then he died.
So, Halser, you explode a gnome. For lack of a better description.
Oh, yes.
So good.
So,
Because that's how you ask someone to die.
So as you
Politely.
just slash at him with your great axe, you chop the upper part of his body, that you just fling it away into the other room, and it just flies over there. And then all that remains is the two iron boot feet that are kind of too heavy to be flung around, and you just see these iron boot feet in place where the body previously was, and the remainder of the body is nowhere to be seen. Lucky for you, this room is already bloody, so you're not making it much worse than it already is. So that's your attack. What else are you doing?
Can I keep moving?
Yes.
Okay, so I reach the other gnome And then I use my bonus action as an attack because I'm in frenzy.
Sure, go for it.
Actually, I place myself here, so I'm flank.
Yes. So,
Well,
that misses. As you're too confident now, seeing as this creature is fucked, you just run towards it and you try to sling with your great axe, but this one has been doing this sort of a dance with Nitria, trying to strike and dodge, and it sees you coming with your lumbering height and weight, and it just dodges out of the way. Well, it doesn't just dodges, but it dodges, and you nearly take off its head, but nearly. And that's your turn, I believe.
yeah, that's it.
Okay. Ojuk, the guy you Hunter's marked, is dead. What are you doing?
Bonus action, move Hunter's Mark to the other surviving gnome.
Sure.
And he's not injured, so okay. Lance past Halser again.
Oh, you and your lens. That
But
hits.
this count as flanking? I'm not entirely sure. Everyone is in a straight line.
Oh yeah.
Everyone, including the enemies.
Yeah. Yeah, you are flanking, so you have a +2 to that. Not like you need it. So that just hits.
And that's my turn.
Yeah. Okay, that guy takes a lot of damage. And that's all you do, Ojuk. Which is still quite a lot. So next up is Zach.
Let's see. I wanted to... Could do that. No, that won't work. Can't quite flank him, but I think I can move there without triggering a gnome of opportunity.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to... ignore the fact that he is... Actually, I'm going to... spell strike a ball of mud into his eyes.
Sure.
So, lightning, make a claw attack. That does not hit, and I waste a spell slot.
Sure.
And that is my turn.
So as you try to reach up for him, this Dragonborn stands tall and proud, and in his cloak, it's kind of hard to really aim for his eye, especially because his snout is on the way, so you just end up missing him as you try to attack. And that's your turn. So now is his turn. So what deliciousness is he going to do? Yeah, sure, why not? Nah. Yeah, the Dragonborn, seeing what is going on, is gonna go ahead and cast a spell on all of you because you're all clumped together. Well, not quite, actually. Da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, this would get 3 of you, which is not too good.
I mean, 3 out of 5 is more than half.
Yeah, but he doesn't want to hit the little guy as well, so he's gonna move over here. And as he does, he first gets out of flanking position, which isn't too bad. But he's gonna go ahead and release his draconic breath weapon on you, Nitria and Zach. So I need the two of you to go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw. Is it? Yeah.
This doesn't count as a spell, does it?
It does not.
No, I think it's his racial ability.
Yep.
Oh, I'm scared. Oh, okay.
Oh shit. The two of you suffer 8 points of damage.
Well, Christ. That would have killed me if I hadn't succeeded. I am now bloody.
It was 16 halved.
Yeah, I'm bloodied now.
Cool. So that's his turn. Revrov.
Okay, I am going to have to get a little bit closer so that I can do things. How close do I have to get? Okay, so I'm coming down to this spot,
Yes.
and then I am going to hit him with a new spell that I have.
Go for it.
Yay, cantrips.
Yay, magic.
Alright.
And I thought I told the thing to display the entire spell card, but he has to make a Constitution saving throw or take one necrotic damage and fall prone.
Yeah, he fails.
Get on the floor.
So he is.
Yep. He falls prone. And takes 1 point of damage. Actually, no, that goes from his
And
temporary
then
hit points.
because I am in.
No, never mind. Go on.
Oh yeah, temporary hit point because armor. But and then I am going to hit him with Hexblade's Curse.
Okay. So he is cursed.
And I am.
So that's your turn. The other little guy there that just got hit by Ojuk and Halser, and seeing as the situation is, his eyes just keep on you, Nitria, and he has blood in his eyes for you. He's gonna try
Wow,
to...
really?
Yeah,
He gets
really.
critted by Halser and he's still like, oh yeah.
No, the one who got critted is the other one. It's dead.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, he's gonna attack you, Nitria.
I guess disadvantage on the first one. We'll see how the first one goes.
Okay, he tries to strike at you and misses with yet another natural 4. Go figure. Secondly, he's gonna try and strike at you again. Motherfucker.
Did he miss again?
Yeah. He's gonna try...
Disadvantage on the last one.
What is it with you that you make them roll so bad?
I mean, they didn't roll too bad when they just critted me for half my health, so...
Alright, cool. Even with disadvantage, it's a natural 11. So he hits you. For, surprise, surprise, 8 points of damage.
And Nitria is down. But I think she's stable, because they're stable if you get exactly the amount, right?
No.
I think that's Pathfinder.
Yeah, that's Pathfinder. You're not stable, you are unconscious. And making death saving throws. Speaking of which, make one just now.
Oh, fuck's sake.
That's a success.
Oh, I make it.
He angrily spits at you and just gets ready to finish you off, because these creatures, they're vile, they're evil, and he's aiming for you, Nitria. Even though you're unconscious on the ground, it seems like he's going to attack you. So, Halser.
Oh, I'm gonna beat the shit out of him.
Sure, you're no longer
Well,
flanking.
gonna try. I'm no longer?
Yeah, Nitria
You're
is
not flanking.
unconscious.
Oh, yeah, you know. So I'm gonna go with an attack.
Okay. Which hits? Oh boy.
Great attack of justice.
Indeed. Yeah, that definitely hits. You slash parts of his body off. But he's still going.
And then I'm gonna use the bonus action to do a second attack.
Go for it. Oh man, barbarians, they're so crazy. But that misses. As you go for a backswing, he's missing just enough parts that you miss him.
Damn it.
Is that your turn? Or are you gonna do anything else?
Yeah, that's my turn.
Okay, Ojuk.
If you revive Nitria, I can then flank.
I could
Yeah,
actually
but I
move-
have Lance already.
I mean, do what you want, I'm just saying.
Alright, so Ojuk, from where you are, you try to strike at this creature and you hit.
And he's injured,
Yep, he is.
if it adds it.
It does. Oh yeah, by the way, he's bloodied, I forgot to mention that. 18 points is more than enough to kill him. You just poke him, and when you pull back your lance, it kind of just comes along with it. And you have to shake your lance around a little bit to yank off the dead body out of your lance. And he's done. He's gone. What else are you doing?
Move here. And, bonus action, move Hunter's Mark to the enemy Dragonborn.
Okay, he is
And that's
doubly
my turn.
hunter's marked. Zach.
I don't know if mine holds up when I fall unconscious, actually.
Oh yeah, we never really talked about that. Well,
It vanishes from my line of sight until the end of my next turn, and since I don't have a line of sight right now, I guess at the end of my next turn.
yeah, indeed. Which just went by, so yeah, I suppose you lose it. Because your turn was right after he knocked you out. So Zach, what are you doing?
I guess I'm going to take some damage. I am going to claw at him,
Yep, 13 hits.
and he will take... I'll add Fury of the Small to that.
Sure.
There should be
9.
should be 2 dice there. I didn't add my additional stuff. Curse you. 1d4 plus 3. Okay, he takes 12 points of damage.
And you take 15.
Oof, that's a 3rd level spell.
Yeah.
Yuck. Okay. This is going to be very stupid, but I'm going to hit him again.
Alright, go for it. If you can. Can you?
I can, bonus action.
Okay.
He takes 5 damage. His temporary hit points is out, but I am now unconscious.
Mm-hmm. So 5 points of damage, that leaves him with that much. The armor just breaks off and it splinters completely. The ice shards just moving away, and as you do that, he takes damage. He's gonna go ahead and use his feature to move 60 feet that away. As Zach falls unconscious.
Well then.
And now it's his turn, so... yeah. Fuck it, he's running. He runs 10, 20, 30... and he runs the remainder of his movement using an action. Yeah, that's his turn. You guys have a thing for enemies that just seems to want to escape. I wonder why. Why that is.
We have a thing.
So, Rev, what are you doing?
I am casting Expeditious Retreat on myself,
Okay.
going up to here. And that's 40.
To get over here, that's 50.
If I'm here, can I see him?
Yes, he's just trying to run through the door. It's open.
I am going to hold person him.
Okay, he makes a wisdom saving throw, right?
Yep.
Wisdom saving throw. Maybe this time it'll work. Let's see. What's your DC?
14.
He fails.
Yay.
He is paralyzed.
Okay, that's all I can do because I used everything I had. I used everything I had.
Yep. I'm just pondering about a little something that he was prone, so I don't know if he can teleport away and not be prone anymore.
I'd argue that he'd land prone. I think it'd just move him, not stand him up.
Yeah. Well, anyway, fuck it. He's paralyzed until your turn. So Nitria, make another death saving throw.
Yeah.
Please roll natural 20.
Wouldn't that be
Not
nice?
likely.
Close.
It's a success at least.
It is. So, Halser, you see two of your party mates falling on the ground. You see one of your party mates just ran out to the back, apparently trying to pursue the guy that teleported away. What are you doing?
Well, I'm still in frenzy, so I'm gonna try to run toward the enemy.
Okay, go for it. From where you are to the stairs, that's gonna be 45 feet of movement.
He already used his healing potion,
Yeah.
so he's not going with the healing potion. There is no healing potion.
Oh.
It's just a juke.
And that's it for my turn.
Alright. So use your movement and your action to dash, right?
Yeah, I use my action to dash. Can't do anything else.
Okay. Ojuk.
I have to trust my party mates' luck, unfortunately. I'm gonna
Oh, for
chase
fuck's
the
sake.
others and be at the top of the stairs
Okay.
with
I
speed.
don't think he could do anything about our states anyway.
So it would seem like Nitri and Zach are gonna be the sacrifices of the night after all. So yeah, at the end of Ojuk's turn, Zach, make a death saving throw.
Doop.
That's a
That's
success.
success.
Now is the guy's turn. Does he make the save at the end of his turn, right? For hold person?
Yeah.
At the end of every turn until it vanishes. Yeah.
All right, he makes it with a 14. He just makes it, but that's the end of his turn. He is no longer paralyzed, but he is hunter's marked and he is hexed. So Reveroff, what are you doing?
I am going to move around the moose to be roughly here in case he tries to run some more. And then I am going to sapping sting him again.
Okay. He just makes it with another 14.
Okay, so no damage and no prone. Oh well.
Oh, if he makes it, he doesn't take damage?
Nope, it's a save or suck.
Okay. Sure.
Cantrips don't do damage on a fail.
I didn't know that was a cantrip. So, okay, that's it. That's your turn. Nitria, make a death saving throw.
And that's 3 successes.
You're stabilized.
Well, you're
You don't need to make saving throws anymore, but you're unconscious for the next hour.
Okay.
Halser.
Okay, I reach this bastard, and then I do 2 attacks.
Okay, go for it. Oh yeah, that first definitely hits and deals a shitload of damage. He is bloodied.
And try for
Leave
the
him
second.
alive. I don't know why
Second.
Demetrius' date wants him dead, but try to leave him alive.
So yeah, the 2 hit and the 2 do a lot of damage. He's bloody. He's limping now, but still apparently intent on getting away. So that's it for your turn, I believe.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, Ojuk, bring it home.
And the lance.
Conga line.
That hits. Okay, he's fucking dead. With 8 hit points remaining, he suffers 23 and dies.
And that's another fatality.
Yeah.
If I had Spare the Dying, I could cast it on him, but I don't. So yeah, he dead.
Yeah. So as he's trying to run away, you just run right behind Halser and just stab at him, piercing him with your lance, and you just see these coughs, splatters of blood as he is stabbed from behind, and then he just takes 2 steps and falls face first on the floor, and just starts to bleed out in the middle of the street. And then, as that happens, the entirety of you look around and you see no other noises coming except from some wheezing coughs and groans of pain coming from the basement as your party mates are still not looking so good.
Halser, will you grab that?
I sure can. You mean the body of the Dragonborn? Or our
Yes.
friends?
Body of the
Okay.
Dragonborn.
Alright, so you grab the body of this dead Dragonborn, whoever he was. In life, he is no longer alive, and whatever evil dealings he had, he no longer has them, because he's dead.
Yay.
And then I suppose that you return to the basement to see what you can do about that. And Ojuk, you heal your party mates, not with Hunter's Mark nor Colossus Slayer.
Oh, yeah, it's still on.
I'm actually exhausted for the end of Frenzy.
You are, yes. But as you finish killing him and drag his body inside, to not, call too much attention to the fact that you guys just killed someone in the city, you drag the body inside, close the door.
At least it wasn't broad daylight.
Yeah. You reunite with your injured party mates in the basement. And as you all do, that is where we're gonna end today's session.
Are we picking up in the basement next week, or are
Yeah.
we?
Because it's already late and I need to prepare stuff for the other game. Actually, we can go for 15-ish more minutes, but I don't know where else to bring this to.
I mean, it was a good stopping point. I was just curious if we were going to be able to make our way back to the inn after this, or wherever we're staying.
I was also
wanna
thinking like
check
searching this. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Probably want to.
there will be loot to be had. So yeah, we'll pick off right here next week.
Okay. I'm
Yeah,
interested in
fine.
those boots and any other equipment people might have.
The boots are small size because they're small creatures, the gnomes.
Yay.
They don't fit you, but you can take iron boots. I don't know if you're gonna need it, but sure.
No. I mean, my feet are probably the wrong shape anyway.
Yeah, very much so. So, as you guys clear the basement out of these evil-looking gnomes and kill the Dragonborn and bring his body back, you take a last look around before reviving bringing back your companions. And you see that this was apparently some sort of queue room, and there was some sort of sacrifice going on here to some entity that you're not entirely sure which one yet. But maybe we'll find out next time on Conquerors of Nolyn, whenever Team Red gets to play again.
Quick question: is this symbol on the ground?
Come again?
Is
It looks
this
like some
altar
swirls of
actually on the
blood.
ground?
Yeah, it's a symbol, but it doesn't mean anything, so don't worry.
Okay, well, he would still copy it into his book and find out that it means nothing later.
Yeah, you would. I mean, sure, you copy it into the book, and next time around we'll find out what that means exactly. So, to you guys over there on Twitch, thank you so very much for watching Team Red play through a harrowing adventure. Quote unquote, it was mostly a dating sim simulator, but I hope you all had fun. I know I did. And
It was amusing.
Yeah, this was fun.
Hopefully in 1.5 hours we'll be having another game with Team Yellow. So we'll be back with them, seeing where their adventure resumes, and we'll give these people here a week to rethink about the things they have done and the things they have yet to do. So thank you guys so very much, and I'll be seeing you guys next time. Bye bye.